Comes in.
She's busy schmoozing. She's schmoozing.
Take control.
Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, July 19th, 5:30, and welcome to the Tompkins County Legislature. If you could please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call of members.
Mike Sigler,
Here.
Travis Brooks, Randy Brown,
Here.
Amanda Champion,
Here.
Deborah Dawson,
Here.
Henry Grannison will be arriving later this evening, Rich John, Dan Klein,
Here.
Ann Corman,
Present.
Mike Lane,
Here.
Greg Mezzi,
Here.
Veronica Pillar,
Here.
Rich John,
Here.
Shauna Black.
Here.
We have 12 members present.
Thank you, Kathy.
I'm sorry, I forgot Lee Shirtliff. Lee Shirtliff.
Here.
And Travis is here now too.
Oh, Travis Brown is here now? Okay,
Yes.
or Travis Brooks? Okay, we have 13 members present.
Thank you, Kathy. This evening, we do not have any presentation proclamations, petitions, communications, and notices. We will have executive session this evening for contract negotiations and personnel issues with specific persons. And let's open it up for privilege of the floor. Before we get started, I did want to readjust our agenda this evening. We could do public privilege of the floor, and then I would like to move the consent agenda up so that individuals that are speaking on behalf of some of the resolutions on consent will get to see how they're voted on. And some of our staff don't have to stay for the whole meeting. And then we'll just go down the regular agenda. So why don't we start with privilege of the floor for the public? And we will do blue sheets for those that are here in person. And I just want to go over the rules for speaking under privilege of the floor. Number one, I agree to a 3-minute time limit. Number two, I agree not to raise my voice. Number three, I agree not to use lewd, obscene, profane, slanderous, or libelous language, or speak or act in a manner that would tend to incite a breach of the peace. Number four, I agree not to speak about county personnel matters. Personnel matters include comments about the job performance of named county employees other than elected officials. Number five, after 3 minutes, I agree to leave the microphone and yield the floor. Transferring time to another person is not permitted. And number six, I agree that if I cause a disruption and am asked to leave, I will leave the chambers. First up is Rebecca Cutter. Hi, Rebecca. You can use that microphone right over there.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. It's an honor to be here speaking with you tonight. My name is Rebecca Cutter. I work with a nonprofit called Garden's Edge. We work on food sovereignty in Guatemala. Earlier this year, I ran a food justice action circle with Katie Hollis, and I learned about the work she was doing for the food systems plan for Tompkins County. So I began working with farmers in Guatemala in 1996 when climate change seemed like a distant threat. 2 years later, Hurricane Mitch, the first of several devastating storms, set off a chain of social and ecological catastrophes that the country was not prepared for and will never recover from. Now we see soil depletion, loss of biodiversity, crop failure, starvation, mass migration. More recently, our work in Guatemala has shifted towards climate resilience, working with farmers and communities to protect seeds, soil, and water. It's a turn towards small-scale traditional farming practices and strengthening local markets. This is what our partners in the Global South see as their only option for survival. So we are just beginning to feel the impacts of climate change here. We've become terribly dependent on food systems that are tied to gross social inequalities, fossil fuels, and the further erosion of our seeds, our soil, and our water. Around the world, and here in Tompkins County, communities of color are the first to feel the effects of climate change and the collapse of a decrepit food system. Food systems are complex, and they require a tremendous amount of coordination between stakeholders and the government. We have no time to lose. I'm asking you, as a mother and a resident of Tompkins County, to accept the food policy plan and to commit resources for the implementation of specific recommendations within the plan. It's imperative that our local government engage in this work. Tompkins County has the resources, we have the expertise and the community support. We can lead the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Robert Lynch.
Good evening, Robert Lynch, 175 Gray Road, Town of Enfield, a member of the Enfield Town Board, but I'm here representing myself tonight. I am at this meeting to commend courage, one man's courage, one of your members' courage. And I hope that maybe before this evening is over, that courage will become contagious and that it will be unanimous courage by this legislature. I suppose a political consultant would say, Bob, this is the stupidest thing you ever did. You're up for re-election next year and you're broaching a toxic substance, a real toxic issue, namely the Second Amendment. And I frankly don't care because frankly, I'd rather lose an election than lose one more young life to senseless violence. Rich John, member of your legislature, has proposed a resolution tonight. He filed it as an individual. It would rewrite the Second Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. His proposed rewrite is, the people shall have a right to keep and bear arms. The reasonable regulation of that right shall be delegated to the federal government and the individual states. Close of quote. That's not repealing the Second Amendment. That is, in my estimation, simplifying it, modernizing it, and clarifying it. It gets rid of that 18th century baggage about militias, which gets it subject to conflicting interpretations. It is consistent with what used to be anyway, the gold standard of constitutional jurisprudence of the Second Amendment, which was the Heller decision. Of course, that's changed in recent weeks, and now we are increasingly at risk. I'll let members debate the fine points of this resolution, but I urge you to support it tonight. I commend courage, and I hope that we will have courage tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Zachary Wynn.
Good evening. My name is Zachary Wynn. Governor Hochul has once again extended her COVID emergency powers without the consent of the legislature. And this COVID madness needs to come to an end and has gone on far too long. Now monkeypox is a supposed threat. I request that members of the legislature individually and collectively call on Governor Hochul to relinquish her emergency powers. And as TCAT is contemplating cutting 20% of its routes due to a driver shortage, it is worth noting that it might be easier to recruit drivers if they didn't have to wear a mask all day. In regard to the sheriffs being placed at human services to provide for security, this is a necessary step that is also not a solution to the true issues at human services and in the immediate area around STAP. The needle exchange next door needs to be relocated away from human services. Perhaps the county can help find a new location. Clustering services together is a bad idea, and it seems convenient, but leads to areas turning into no-go zones. Drug users and drug dealers congregate at STAP at all hours, with upwards of 20 people sometimes crowding the porch overnight. There have been multiple overdoses, stabbings, and shootings that you are all well aware of. And the issues at Human Services cannot be separated from the issues at STAP. I foresee a scenario where sheriffs are not able to perform their task of providing security at Human Services because they are dealing with criminal behavior around the Human Services building. And using understaffed sheriff's department to make up for an understaffed Ithaca Police Department is robbing Peter to pay Paul and makes the rest of the county pay the price with their safety. At a previous meeting in the legislature, I mentioned a looming global food crisis and mass starvation relating to the conflict in Ukraine. And I am curious if members of the legislature are aware of that issue and if there's a plan for Tompkins County to deal with the inevitable crisis. I yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Don Barber.
Good evening, everyone. I am Chair of the Tompkins County's Food Policy Council. And I wanted to let you know that nationally and in Tompkins County, 90% of our food is produced by a globalized food system, which is monopolized by a handful of multinational conglomerates that squeeze local produce off grocery shelves and extract wealth from producers by paying very low prices. They overprocess, removing essential nutrients, resulting in attractive packaged mush that is loaded with carbs, salt, and sugar, producing a health crisis of chronic conditions like diabetes, obesity, and heart disease. Over 2,000 residents who helped create our food system vision told us it doesn't have to be this way. They envision a local, more resilient food system with nutritious, locally grown, and locally processed food. A food system full of opportunities that is spread equitably because everyone participates in the food system. A food system providing an economic boost because every one of us participates in the food system. And for producers to have, and also to have universal access to healthy, nutritious food. Any food system that nurtures our ecosystems, the flora, fauna, with carbon sequestration in our soil, feeding microbes and fungi that build healthy soil more resistant to drought and heavy rainfall brought on by climate change. I want to thank you and the Community Foundation for funding the food system plan development effort. And I also want to thank Cooperative Extension for their expertise and coordination of our work. And I want to thank you for allowing us space on tonight's busy agenda to briefly share what we've learned. In closing, I urge you to adopt the proposed resolution to accept the food system document, which contains a Tompkins County specific comprehensive food system baseline analysis and articulates a vision for a resilient, equitable, and healthy food future. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Next is Sabrina Letty.
Good evening. First, I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Sabrina Letty, and I'm here on behalf of the Free Cat campaign to request that the legislators support our movement for fair, free, and expanded TCAT services. In the interest of sustainability, we in Free Cat believe that public transit must be made more accessible through fare elimination and route expansion. Transportation makes up around 30 to 40% of the Tompkins County community's emissions, and studies have repeatedly shown that buses would reduce those emissions by up to 50% compared to private vehicle use. This makes supporting our campaign a simple and arguably indispensable act of climate protection. Moreover, in the interest of equity and dignity, we in Free Cat believe that accessible transportation and basic mobility are human rights. The current public transit structure does not support those in the most underserved communities of the county. We need to support elderly persons and those with disabilities that prevent them from driving, who currently have to pay to get around. We need to support working class people, many of whom can't afford to live in the city and therefore commute to work by car from areas where buses are inaccessible, creating yet another financial burden. The system is cyclical, it's dehumanizing, and it's demoralizing. It contributes to an isolated, static population with reduced resources and a reduced quality of life. We are hoping to change that. And rather than place additional undue burden on the people of Tompkins County by funding this initiative through local taxation, we at FreeCat believe that Cornell University should pay an increased share of TCAT's budget in order to offset the loss of fair revenue. Not only because they are more than capable of doing so financially, but because Cornell as an institution could not survive without this community and should do more to give back to the people on which they depend. It's imperative that local government fight for the rights of their constituents. By supporting the FreeCat campaign's objective for a fair, free, expanded TCAT, you join us in confronting the climate crisis and in confronting barriers that are choking off opportunities in education, in employment, in personal development, and in civic engagement for communities that would benefit from them the most. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Dan Hoffman.
Good evening. My name is Dan Hoffman. I've lived in Tompkins County for over 50 years, mostly in the city, currently in District 1, but also for some years in town of Danby. I served in the city government for over 20 years in various capacities, including Common Council, city mayor, and various advisory committees. I've been a member of the Food Policy Council for Tompkins County since it started a number of years ago. I first became involved in food issues when I joined what's now known as Green Star Food Co-op in 1971 to find healthy food and to support the concept of community ownership. I've served on the board of that organization for many of the past 40 years on committees and as its president and on staff for 5 years. From that perspective, I came to appreciate some of the strengths and the gaps in our local food system. I will say that the board of Green Star is interested and supportive of the work and recommendations of the Food Policy Council. We understand that so much more could be accomplished if the issue of an improved food system gets the same attention that other valid county issues such as transportation, health, et cetera, receive. I believe that our food system can be improved and strengthened in various ways, but that will require good planning and a serious commitment to support positive initiatives, such as what's on your agenda tonight, the proposal to accept the Food Policy Council plan. This would be a modest initial step, but it's significant and important. I believe that the payback will be many times your initial investment. Please accept and support the Food Policy Council plan and join the growing movement across this country toward food systems that are more locally based, more sustainable and resilient, more environmentally sound, and more equitable for all segments of our diverse community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have a few people that have signed up to speak on privilege of the floor for the public that are joining us via Zoom. The first person is Laura Perea.
Is there any way that I can go after? I'm driving in my car and I need to pull over in order to speak. Can I go? Can I have thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Next is Rachel Kerr.
Good afternoon, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Wonderful. I'm a Tompkins County resident of 10 years. I'm a U.S. citizen as of 3 years ago, and I have been involved in starting the Tompkins County COVID-19 Food Task Force at the start of the pandemic a number of years ago. So I'm really honored to speak to you today because I would like to raise my strong support for the Tompkins County Food System Plan that is put forward to you today. In addition to being involved in long-term research on sustainable food systems in Africa, in Malawi for over 20 years. I also had the privilege of serving on the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And we produced a report that was released in March of this year on climate change impacts, vulnerabilities, and adaptation. And one of the core messages of that report is that everywhere is already being affected by all food systems are already being affected by climate change, and that there is an urgent need to take action now, both in terms of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions to reduce the severity of impacts for the future, but also to adapt to the impacts that are already being felt. And the food system plan that is put forward to you today, I think, reflects some of the key ideas that we have in that report. I was the coordinating author for the foods chapter, the food systems chapter of this report. And so we assessed the sort of scientific literature of the last 5 years to determine what to advise governments, what we know works and what we know needs to be done. And one of the key messages was the importance of addressing questions of equity within the food system. And this is really a core component of the food system plan. We already know that there's high levels of food insecurity in Tompkins County. And despite it being a region where very diverse, delicious food can be produced, many people cannot access that food. And this, and with climate change impacts, we can anticipate that to worsen unless strong action is taken. And this plan makes effort to address the inequities in the food system in Tompkins County. But in addition, one of the core messages of our report was the need to strengthen the underlying ecosystem that supports our food system by strengthening things like soil health, ensuring water conservation, and ensuring that the way we produce food doesn't worsen climate change impacts with greenhouse gas emissions. And this plan really takes steps to do that. And then finally, another important message was the need for integrating food systems and connecting it to other parts of, to other aspects of our society. So addressing questions like transportation, and this plan really pays attention to the importance of integrating the food system and ensuring that there's good communication across different components of the food system. So I would just really endorse and encourage you to accept and support and really move forward these important steps that the county is making, and in ensuring that we have a resilient and equitable and healthy food system in our future for all residents. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Rebecca Costello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. My name is Rebecca Costello, and I'm also here to speak in support of the food plan. I contributed to the food plan as a member of LATCH, which is our Tompkins County Lactation Advocacy Organization. I'm also an international board certified lactation consultant in private practice in Tompkins County, and I'm a breastfeeding mother who spent weeks struggling to establish a nursing relationship with my own baby and was ultimately successful only with a lot of support and, to be honest, a lot of professional and personal privilege. I believe that all members of the community should be able to nurse their babies if they desire to do so, regardless of their socioeconomic status, education, race, or other factors that currently influence infant feeding choices, or not really choices when people can't access the support they need to reach their own goals. To ensure that all members of the community from the moment of birth are included in this document, another LATCH member and I spoke to people and organizations across the county specifically about infant feeding concerns. We heard a lot about the gaps that exist for families, both for breastfeeding, chest feeding, and as we've seen recently highlighted by the formula shortage for formula feeding families. That shortage for many people has emphasized to them that food sovereignty when it comes to infant feeding relies not on the multi-billion-dollar companies that market formula, but on our strength together to provide excellent lactation support. And when an individual parent cannot provide all the milk their baby needs, to again come together as a community to ensure that every baby receives the nutrition that they need. The plan incorporates our suggestions and recommendations for improving access to support and resources for families. An example of the type of story we heard is about people who have to return to work when their baby is very young and they're not given the time and space to pump, which makes it difficult for them to sustain a milk supply and continue to provide milk to their baby and nurse their baby. There are various things that we as a county could do to improve situations like this. A simple one we suggest is education for employers about their responsibilities to provide a private space and time for their employees to pump. And there are, of course, a number of other recommendations throughout the plan for better supporting all types of infant feeding and for better supporting the food system for all. Thank you for considering the plan, and I encourage you to accept and support it. And I'm proud to live in a county where we are thinking proactively around issues like this.
Thank you, Rebecca. Next is Rebecca Cutter. Okay, thank you. We have Max Buckner.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you so much for having me tonight. I'm also here in support of the food system plan. So I have been working in food systems for over 10 years in various businesses around New York and the country. And I'm currently serving on the board of directors for the Ithaca Farmers Market, although I'm not representing them. I'm here as myself. And I work with Main Street Farms and Head and Heel, which is a farming business located in Cortland, New York. And I would just like to say that I think the opportunities that the food system provides economically for Tompkins County are significant, and also that this is an area that's very well known for its local agricultural system. And I think that it's bred into the culture of this city in a major way. And I think supporting the food system plan is a big way that the legislature can show their support for all different aspects that touch the food system of our society. As it's been spoken about, it addresses climate change. There are issues associated with transportation, with food justice, food access. And I'd also love to just share a quick story about the opportunities it presents to the local economy. So businesses like Emmy's Organics, which got its start at the Ithaca Farmers Market, have now grown to multi-million-dollar businesses. Emmy's was recently acquired by Bimbo, a large Mexican corporation. Our business as well has grown pretty significantly over the last couple of years and was started as a modest farm in Cortland by our founder, Alan. So I think it kind of goes without saying that the food system is really a major incubator for small businesses and provides benefits beyond just the direct economic benefits around Ithaca's culture. And I think very few people would, disagree with that after spending an afternoon at the farmer's market or eating a delicious peach grown in Ithaca. So those are really my comments. The last thing I'd like to leave with is just a concept that I really appreciate, and the idea of a food shed. So a lot of times we think about water as something that it flows into, we have to think about the final destination of where that water flows to. And I think thinking about all of the arable land in our region as part of our food shed that could potentially feed our community could also help address, all sorts of different issues around food security, food access, and environmental concerns. So I just think it's a nice way to think about it as, really understanding how that local environment can contribute to, so many different aspects of a culture we want to see. So thank you so much for your time, and I'll see the rest of mine.
Thank you, Max. Next is John Munkovic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. My name is John Monkovic. I, like Sabrina, am speaking on behalf of the campaign fighting for fair, free, and expanded TCAT. And I want to stress to you all today that it is as good a time as ever to reconsider whether our community transit system is actually serving everyone in our community equally and sufficiently. Especially because, as was discussed in the latest TCAT board meeting, TCAT's current fare box system is breaking down, and major decisions will be made in the coming months as to how TCAT invests in its long-term future. Now, as Sabrina mentioned, we all know it's easier to catch a bus on one side of town than the other, and that imbalance can be traced along lines of both race and class. We know that as gas prices soar and the climate crisis rages on, it's important as ever to build sustainable transportation alternatives. And a fare-free and expanded vision of TCAT provides an answer to those issues. Now, in my months now of kind of careful observation of TCAT, what seems to be unfolding, and I thank Dan Klein for shedding light on this, is a conflict among the underwriters between two different conceptions of TCAT as a service. One as a private service, that being from Cornell, of course, and the other as a public service. And we've seen Cornell, by playing dirty at the negotiation table, fight for their financial obligations to TCAT to be based solely on what kind of private service they are receiving. It's a what's in it for me approach, as we saw when Cornell extorted TCAT for over $300,000 last year. Now, I understand the desire to keep good relations with our neighbor Cornell, but when they're the ones endangering those good relations with austerity measures, something has to be done. And 6 out of 9 members of the TCAT board represent the public. And yet, surprisingly, at the negotiation table with Cornell, they are not acting like it. So our campaign fully acknowledges that, the difficulties TCAT is facing right now with its driver shortage. We understand that our vision for a public transportation system that works for everyone won't be created overnight. But as TCAT looks ahead to its future and considers investing in more expensive new fare box technology that will inevitably break down just like the current system, which is breaking down, requiring more and more operating costs and cycles of investment for maintenance, which can all stack up to rival the amount of money that the fare box actually brings in. Given all of that, it's time that we consider, instead of paying to close the door to folks, investing and opening the door to folks. So we're at a critical juncture right now with TCAT and them making a big decision. So I encourage you all, as representatives of Tompkins County, an underwriter of TCAT, I encourage you all to see this as very much being your business and to speak up and call on the TCAT board to take a more aggressive posture at the negotiation table with Cornell this upcoming fall in their negotiations. I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, John. Next is Charles Geisler.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My interest is also in regard to the food policy plan, which I very much support. Some excellent commentary has already been shared previous to my opportunity, so I won't go back over some of the key points I had intended to make. But just at a personal level, I want to observe that throughout much of my life, the production of sufficient food and hunger reduction has come at a cost, or so we thought, of, excuse me a sec, of really extraordinary environmental externalities. And over the course of my life, particularly in the last 3 decades, many of those externalities have been internalized, and the environmental problems that agriculture created have been dealt with by many parts of the land grant system and beyond. And I just have to admire the extraordinary effort that's been made by people in the county, formally and with a great deal of courage, to come to terms with what a sensible, affordable, and equitable food plan would be for us. Don Barber's comment about so much, perhaps as much as 90% of the food that we consume comes from without and is probably mediated through corporations, we can change that. This plan is a pathway to do that. And I want to thank and congratulate all of the many wise people who have contributed to the effort to bring us to our senses and to put this plan forward in such fine form. I hope you'll pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Laura Perea.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. And apologies for my situation earlier. My name is Lara Parilla. I'm a registered dietitian and public health practitioner and have been raising a family in Tompkins County since 2006. Throughout this time, I've been actively engaged in coalition building to address racial, ethnic, geographic, and socioeconomic inequities in access to healthy food, which place marginalized and minoritized community members at increased risk for a variety of negative health outcomes and poor quality of life. I'm here this evening to reinforce my personal and professional commitment supporting the goals that have been articulated in the draft food system plan, with a particular focus on goal 9, which is to integrate broad nutritional support for a healthier population. A county accepted and supported food system plan will further enable my work with our local healthcare system to partner with community-based organizations and our county health department to make it easier for community members with food insecurity and chronic health conditions to access healthy food and hands-on nutrition education with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here, either in our audience or online, that would like to add to public comment that I might have missed? And we do have an email comment here. My name is Sarah DeFrank, and I am the Programs and Partnership Manager at the Food Bank of the Southern Tier. The Food Bank of the Southern Tier is in support of the TC Food System Plan's goals and recommendations. We see this work as essential to the success and longevity of our communities. The food system touches every aspect of our lives. As natural and economic environments become less hospitable, it is important we work together with local governments to ensure we do everything we can for the communities we serve. Respectfully, Sarah DeFrank. So thank you, Sarah, for writing in. Hi, Barb. Would you like to add comment?
I would like to make a very brief comment. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'm Barb Ekstrom. I've been the director for the Recycling Materials Management Program for 36 years. Our goal has been to reduce waste as much as possible. I submitted a letter to the legislature on our behalf for this department in support of accepting the food system plan and to provide essential resources in the future toward its implementation in the years ahead. I've been a designated member of the Food Policy Council from its inception about 5 years ago, and I see a direct relationship between food insecurity and food waste. They really go hand in hand, unfortunately. And I hope that we can make significant progress through the implementation in helping those that are insecure also spend a lot less money through waste prevention. We certainly see a relationship in terms of climate, the reduction of climate greenhouse gas emissions, and not landfilling these materials. I'm committing my department involvement and resources in terms of integrating the work that lies ahead with this implementation. And I've been very proud to help organize Goal 8, which is the food waste reduction and recovery, with Friendship Donation and the Cooperative Extension Home Composting Program and our staff. So this is my first time speaking in this capacity, but I felt the strong need to speak out.
Thank you, Barb. And next we have Katie Hollis, who would also like to share a video with us this afternoon.
I actually just have a quick audio clip. I'm going to get that pulled up. Hopefully you all can hear it. And just by way of background, I worked with a group of teachers and students at South Hill Elementary this spring. They did a food justice set of lessons, a curriculum. They really wanted to share their thoughts on our food system, and school is out. So they created a podcast, and I promised that I would share just a minute of a clip from that. So here it is. Oh, sorry, technical difficulties. It's not working.
All right.
Bear with me 1 second, and if it doesn't come up, we'll just.
Welcome to the South Hill Changemakers podcast. In today's episode, we'll be hearing from first graders at South Hill sharing their hopes and dreams for the South Hill food system. Enjoy.
My hopes and dreams for South Hill food is that we get to healthy and good cookies for snack. Hopes and dreams is to keep eating healthy fruits and vegetables. My South Hill wish is for everyone to keep growing and eating healthy foods. I hope South Hill grows a lot of vegetables and fruits and flowers so we can stay healthy. We like growing plants and we like being healthy. I hope South Hill goes more and more healthy foods so South Hill can stay healthy. I hope that everybody gets to the same amount of food as much as they want. I hope that every day the cafeteria can have at least one food a day. I hope that we can make the garden and start a community garden for the poor people and everything that's free, and it costs no money for the people can come to our garden and get whatever they want. People can have whatever they want we should make a bigger garden and then we can sell free food.
Thank you.
Thank you. No offense to our other commenters, but that was definitely my favorite.
Yeah, me too.
Thank the kids for us, please.
Will do. I will. Thank you.
Oh, we have one more commenter? Yeah, go for it.
Hello, my name is Jessica Milgram. I grew up here in Ithaca and I left in 2002 after graduating from Cornell. And since then I've been working in food systems, primarily in Europe and in Southern Africa. And I'm here visiting my parents and I saw this event and I wanted to come because I thought it was really important to be able to see what is being done here in my hometown and compare it to other places where I have seen, I'm working myself on a food plan for the region where I live in Spain. And I really appreciate this food plan, the way that it's been presented, the way that it's organized, the opportunities that it presents. And I just wanted to say that I think that having grown up in Ithaca and going into the world and working on these things, I was well equipped because there were so many steps already made here, when I left almost 20 years ago. And I think it's really important to continue to be forward thinking to pass something like this, especially in supporting the producers here in the Ithaca region where you really can produce food. And I think that there could be a lot more produced than there is. So thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you. Anyone else here for comment? Okay. So I think what makes sense is for us to move the presentation before we actually do the vote on consent agenda. So let's see here. Monica Roth and Don Barber, if you could come up and join us at the table and we can do your presentation for the food policy, the food plan.
I believe Katie's going to do the presentation with the shared screen.
Great. Hi, everyone. Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen and then I'll get started. All right. Is everyone able to see the full page there, food system plan?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much for having us tonight. I'm Katie Hallis, as some of you may know. I'm the coordinator of the Tompkins Food Future Project. And before I dive in, I just want to note that we view this plan as a living document, one that may never be final in the traditional sense. We're continuing to build knowledge every day and understanding. We're identifying new and evolving opportunities, and it's super important that we integrate all of that new information. We're continuing to hear from people about the recommendations, ways to refine, things to add. So this process is ongoing. Today, I'm providing a short overview, but I hope you'll take some time to look back at what we've created over the last 2 years, the baseline assessment, the educational materials, and especially to get to know the plan, which is a roadmap for our future generated by our community. So why do we need a food system plan? As folks have beautifully spoken to tonight, climate change, equity, and community food security are some of the central issues impacting our food system and the key areas that we want to work to transform. It represents a huge opportunity to improve the lives of the people you represent and to sustain and steward the land that we call home. This work is about creating synergies in a complex system, and to do so, we must be intentional. And so good plans can help guide good decisions about food that, like air and water, is essential to all of our survival, and not just survival, but our ability to thrive. So, as you all know, at the individual level, institutions, businesses, municipalities, organizations are all touched by the food system. As the food system continues to go through upheaval globally, some of these groups will be particularly and significantly impacted. And this is only going to continue to intensify. Arguably, people's quality of life is central to the work of local government and the foundation of our economic future. So if we want people to stay here, live here, work here, raise families, we need to make feeding people, supporting local agriculture, and helping to support sustainable opportunities in the local food economy a priority alongside housing, jobs, education, and others. So whether it's the working families with young kids who are struggling to put enough nutritious food on the table, the more than 3,500 school children in Tompkins County who are enrolled in free and reduced price lunches, plenty of whom are struggling to concentrate in class because lunch is perhaps the only square meal they're receiving that day. The local restaurants who have shuttered in the face of COVID, or the passionate beginning farmer who wants to feed her community, but is herself on food stamps to feed her own family. Each of these people lives in our county, and they deserve support, time, and resources from the community in which they live. As just a brief overview of our 2-year process funded by you all and the Community Foundation, supported by Cooperative Extension of Tompkins County and the Food Policy Council, we've worked to create the county's first ever comprehensive study and baseline of our food system. We've engaged over 2,000 individuals in the process who represent 50+ businesses and organizations. And in addition to learning a lot about our food system, we've also, we know we started a really, and continued a really important conversation about where we're headed. And that's what we're here to share more about today. Our community food system plan. So the plan itself is a voluntary framework for future actions and collaborations going forward. The plan is structured thematically along these 3 directions, which came through really strongly in our process, as if people were saying, we really need to be moving in these directions for the long term, starting today. Throughout, sort of nested within these directions, there are 9 goals, which I will speak more about in a moment, and about, I think it's 47 recommendations that are situated within those goals. Next, I'd like to walk you through some of those 9 goals and highlight the recommendations where you could especially play a role with your support. As far as these goals, our team didn't so much choose them as they chose the plan with contributions from over 2,000 residents in the county. As you can see, they aim to fight climate change, grow local food production capacity, and strengthen the systems needed to do the work. They support deep reductions in food insecurity and grow opportunities for and prioritize community members who have been historically excluded, especially low income and Black, Indigenous, and people of color in our community. They also provide strategies for protecting natural resources, reducing food waste, and promoting food recovery, and integrating broad nutritional support throughout our community. So as you read through the plan, you'll notice that some are clearly geared towards existing local organizations and perhaps businesses, both stepping up, expanding on their work, really growing our capacity locally and forging new and strengthening existing partnerships. Others are geared towards areas where the legislature could play a role or expand its role, as well as other municipal entities in the county. If you're asking yourself, how can the legislature support this work? Here are a few places to start. One is to become knowledgeable about the plan, stay up to date on our work through sustained engagement, attending our events and checking out our website periodically, reaching out to us to connect, and helping other people learn about the plan. So sharing it with your networks and driving people to the plan. A second would be to look at some of the specific policy and look at some of the specific recommendations that have budget or policy implications, and to think about how you might help advance that work and share your ideas with us. And the third would be to assess how the county can put resources towards these efforts. So I'm just going to share a couple that we wanted to highlight today for you. And if you look at 3.1, which is to commit resources and plan for food system coordination, resources might look like staff time across county departments to help support the plan implementation. It might include having procurement specialists working with us to look at establishing a food service guideline for the county, just as an example. So I'd like to wrap up just by sharing a bit more about what's next. Community engagement has been central to this effort, and our approach for the next phase is to focus on the Tompkins Food Future Pledge, which is a way to grow awareness of our food system, spur new commitments, and garner support. We'll continue to educate the public by sharing the plan widely, engaging new partners, and continuing to listen, learn, and support those on the ground. And lastly, we'll continue our work to identify partners, generate opportunities for collaboration, and to build the systems and infrastructure that we need to do this work. So none of these problems in the food system can be solved unless we work together. Food system advocates in Tompkins have been doing incredible work here for a long time. And at the same time, we've struggled to make a significant impact on some of these issues. And that's because these issues are complicated. They require integration across a lot of different areas of work and sectors of our community. Everything from land use planning to public health, economic development, social and racial justice, public and higher education, local government, business, climate change, the list could go on. And so we need those strong partnerships to address these challenges, both at their intersections and at their roots. And we need signals from leadership that this is a priority. So in the short term, engaging with the plan, giving us feedback, passing a resolution to accept the plan as that signal to the community that this matters to the legislature and will be something that gets the attention it deserves in the years to come. From there, in the coming months, consider future funding requests and signing on to the pledge. And just a note about a structure for collaboration. I just want to say that crucial to the sustainability and impact of this work is a structure for the county and the community to have well-considered food policy actions that fit well within the work already underway. So we need those channels of communication with legislators and staff to implement the plan, grow capacity, strengthen coordination. And we need a way for the public to be heard and for many voices to be represented and advising on these issues. So this could take many forms, and we want to work with you to determine the best approach. We deeply appreciate the support and commitment already provided by the legislature, and we look forward to continuing the work to improve community health, advance sustainability, reduce food waste, so on and so forth. And long-term, looking to integrate the food system plan into the next comp plan update and supporting implementation broadly. So in closing, I just want to thank you so much for your leadership and support. We join the ranks of hundreds of communities across the country engaged and leading on food system planning and change. Local governments in recent years have been making huge strides in improving local food systems and really starting to serve as essential leaders and conveners when it comes to bringing about meaningful food system policy change and action. And my hope is that this process can be part of the many amazing initiatives in our community that are going to help shape our community's future and possibly even inspire others to take action and build towards something better. So please share your feedback. Let us know what you think, and we're ready to hear your questions and your ideas for moving forward. And please reach out to me anytime. Thanks so much for your time tonight.
Great, thank you so much. And that was pretty impressive doing all that in 10 minutes. So thank you for sticking to the time frame as well.
Yeah, thank you, of course.
I personally would like to thank the Food Policy Task Force for their comprehensive work preparing the plan that we are going to consider this evening. You have done an absolutely incredible job of engaging our community, centering equity in your plan, and setting a path forward. So thank you very much for all the time and commitment that you've put into this. I look forward to the next steps and also learning how our county and other organizations can implement the recommendations that you've made this evening. With that said, we do have time for a few questions. Are there any questions from legislators? Sigler?
Yeah, I mean, my big question is I see a lot of things in here about advocacy and building a kind of like an advocacy group. I'm wondering how that's, and this is kind of for Don, because I'm sure you're Farm Bureau. I want to see how that's different than, say, Farm Bureau or Dairy Tompkins or New York Animal Ag Coalition. I mean, there's a lot of farm groups already. So how do you envision this one being different than those?
So the Food Policy Council was formed as a food advocacy group. And we do have members from the farming community, as well as Dan Hoffman talks about the, the food service sector. Being a member of food advocacy is more than just farmers. Having said that, we are envisioning that the food system coordinator will continue to connect with all those groups and find ways that we can leverage the work that each one of them is doing. We're not trying to become something bigger than what's already existing. We're just trying to promote collaboration and help things happen.
Any other questions this evening? Deb Dawson and then Veronica.
Yeah, thank you. I've heard this presentation in various iterations several times. I want to thank the members of the public that came. It saddens me that they thought we need convincing. But I do have a question, and it'll take me a minute to get around to it. But about a year and a half ago, I switched my husband and I to a different way of eating primarily because of his health. And, we now shop around the edge of the grocery store. We don't eat the crap in the middle, because we don't eat carbs and we don't eat a lot of processed food. And what we noticed, given the amount of fresh produce that we started buying, is that our grocery bills doubled. And that was before we hit the post-pandemic price increases that we're all suffering with. I also know from being on the Soil and Water Conservation District Board, we heard at our last meeting from our director that the cost of seed has gone up 150%. And I really wonder how we can plan to provide nutritious food for a well-balanced diet in a way that's affordable. I don't know. I don't expect any of you are going to be able to answer this off the top of your head. But it does concern me because what I see is that people are forced now to shop in the middle of the store because they can't afford the stuff on the edges. And what we're creating with that market economy is a health crisis in the future that's going to be overwhelming. I mean, just another reason, I guess, for us to accept and support your plan. But I hope that you all have an idea of how to begin to solve that.
Monica?
Yeah, I just want to say in response is that, the more local food we have, hopefully the opportunity for the prices to be a little bit more competitive will arise. Right now, I'm actually seeing local food is finally almost cheaper than buying some of the around the edges grocery store food.
Wegmans carries a lot of local produce and it's not any cheaper.
Yeah, well, maybe at Wegmans, but go to the farmer's market. I think there are opportunities. The more we produce, the more economies of scale. If we can invest in infrastructure that farmers need to be able to, store cool products, get them into storage and be able to distribute them on a more local scale, I think we will see prices stabilize. Not saying they're going to go down, but hopefully they will stabilize. And we have over in Penn, we have a company producing local seed. There's nothing to say that we can't, circumvent the big seed companies and start saving our own seed. So there's many strategies that we can employ to bring the food system back under control by the local farmers and be able to hopefully help them make a living farming.
Thank you.
Veronica Pillar.
Thank you. I don't actually have a question, sorry. I just wanted to add my thanks to you all for putting together this plan and bringing it. Because I didn't want it to slide by too briefly. I'm really, really impressed with the work you've done and grateful for it. I think it's a wonderful, comprehensive plan from what I've looked at and just really well presented. I got to attend one of the community feedback sessions last fall between the phases of looking at what was going on in our food system and building recommendations. And I was really impressed with the thoughtfulness put into that as well. So thank you. And I hope we can all go full throttle ahead with moving the recommendations forward.
Thank you, Veronica. Ann Corman.
Thank you. I also am impressed with the amount of information that was gathered to do this food assessment and the plan. And very often we'll get just an assessment. So I really just want to make sure that people see that it's not just an assessment, it's actually a plan. And I just wanted to mention too that when I was thinking about this, after talking with Katie yesterday, I think it was, that I started thinking about what happened at the start of the pandemic. And if you don't think our food system is fragile, just keep remembering that and keep that in your memories, that very quickly there was a run on food and toilet paper, which is also necessary, but there was a run on food. What did everybody do? They were going to be stuck at home. What did people think about? How am I going to get food for my family? And everybody tried to quickly get food. And then we realized, oh, whoops, we've taken all the food from the grocery stores. We need to put out these blue cabinets. We need to make sure people, so we first, thought of ourselves, but I'm very proud of this county that we quickly thought, oh, but how do we make this equitable? How do we get food out to people? And that was just one avenue. There are already systems in place, with food pantries, food programs, and those systems worked actually pretty well, though they were less affected than the grocery stores because they were systems in place. So that's just one of the reasons why we need this plan. And I really wanted to thank everybody who contributed to it, because I know there were quite a lot of people. And thank you, Katie, for presenting this today, and Monica and Don.
Lee Shirtliff.
I see the resolution pertaining to this is on the consent agenda, so is it appropriate to comment here rather than at a later point?
Absolutely.
Okay, just a couple things, and bear with me as I try to get to my point. Last week, our fire department spent 3 nights with a junior firefighter camp, and the last 120 kids from ages 5 to probably 12 or 13 participated. That's over a third of the elementary school aged kids, elementary mid-skill. And last night we had refreshments, served hot dogs and some other items. And a startling thing happened to me. A 6 or 7-year-old boy come up toward the end and said, "Can I have another hot dog?" Reached for it. And of course you can. He says, "Well, we don't have any food at home." It was stunning for those of us that were there, including the manager of our high school and elementary school cafeterias. And I've spoken before about the difficulty especially our low-income residents in the District 9 have. We don't have a grocery store. Most times of the year, think about that, 6,000 people, 6% of our population got to travel, most of them 10 miles to get to meat and produce and fresh vegetables most of the year. And I see that right here on one slide, the top of your list is I have easy access to a grocery store. And we talk about equity and inequities, and we think about those that have to live out in my area of the county because of the cost of housing. And so my point to all of this is I applaud you, Don and Monica and your group for the work that you've done. You've provided a framework, and you've given me some ideas on how we might be able to collaborate with our local governments within the framework that you set forth. And think about, the area I represent. It's one of the largest, if not the largest, agriculture producing area left here in the county. And we have the least access to food. So I applaud you for your work. And this is a plan that and a framework that I can heartily support. So thank you.
Thank you, Lee. I have Travis and then Randy.
I'm willing to support in any way that I can. This has been an issue for a very long time. At GIAC, we started serving dinner every day to our young people in our program, because many of them, especially during the summertime, we're only getting lunch. 78% of our kids are on free and reduced lunch. And during the summertime, they would only get our lunches. They wouldn't get breakfast. And so we had kids begging for food the next morning. We realized what was happening is that we had so many kids getting one meal a day, going home, and then having to wait till lunch the next day. So I think about 12, 13 years ago, we started 50 Serve, where we started feeding dinner every day. Then during the summer, we started doing breakfast. School provides lunch, and we were doing dinner. I don't even know the number of meals that go out, but we serve about 90 dinners every day, about 100 snacks. And in the summertime, that number goes up even more. And that's just for the kids that come to GIAC. We know that there's kids all over this county that aren't getting meals. We participate with the food bank of the Southern Tier. And at one point in time, we were the host site for Ithaca City School District in putting together Friday backpacks. It's where kids get a backpack full of food to take home on Fridays. And the sheer number of young people that were getting backpacked, and we know that's still not enough. So anything that I could do to help, I'm all in.
Thank you, Travis. Randy Brown.
Thank you. I've been fortunate to be part of the Food Policy Council for the last 5 months. So I've learned a lot watching what they've done over the last 4 or 5 years. And I am very impressed with all the work. I think the most important thing is the collaboration that they're talking about, because there are so many different entities and people involved, and you really need a plan to bring it together to see where your weaknesses are and where your strengths are to take advantage of those. As you look at farmers, a lot of our farmers are aging, and that's one of the data things that we noticed from that. And there's a transition needs to happen for farmland. And the county planning department knows very well the best farmland we have. They've documented it all. And we've got to make sure that we focus on that good farmland and don't put solar panels on it. But I think it's really important and I support it. Thanks.
Thanks, Randy. Any other questions or comments from legislators? Okay, let's move forward with the consent agenda.
Shauna, excuse me, would it be okay if I just responded to one question that I heard?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you all for everything once again. And I heard some questions around how can we do this? How can we make food more affordable? I want to say specifically and generally, we have so much happening here that's, you all talked about the amazing work that you're doing to make sure people are fed. And I think I just want to highlight a couple of others. Healthy Food for All and Food as Medicine are two programs that are working to make healthy, nutritious food more affordable to low-income residents and families. And I think one of the biggest themes of this work has been, we've got a lot of good things going for us, so let's build on that. Those programs are fantastic. They serve a pretty small proportion of the community. So I think there's a great opportunity here to expand and grow what's working really well. So thank you all for your thoughts and your stories. And I'm really looking forward to continuing to connect around this.
Great. Thank you. Rich?
Thank you, Shauna. Given the interest in all the public comment on this issue, would it be possible to take resolution A off the consent agenda so we could all go on record voting on it?
We certainly can. Let's go ahead and pull that off and we will, why don't we go ahead and vote on that first?
Vote on it now.
I'll vote it. I'll move it.
Deborah moves it. We'll let,
Wait a second.
we'll let,
No.
Whoever wants to.
we'll let Rich second it. Oh, sorry, Ann.
Whoever.
Any questions, comments, discussion? Let's do a roll call vote.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison. Has he arrived yet? No. Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
13 ayes, 0 noes.
Congratulations.
Very good work here. Very good. Thank you for all the time and effort. Again, we appreciate it. Great.
Thank you.
Okay, Deborah Dawson.
Yeah, I just wanted to say before Don and Monica leave and anybody else who's here, we have our own food system plan here at the legislature. There are cookies and pies in the office, and please help yourself.
Thank you, Deb. Okay, let's move forward with the consent agenda. Resolutions and appointments to be voted on as a group unless any member of the legislature requests that a resolution or appointment be instead included separately and individually as part of the business of standing or special committees. We do have one advisory board appointment that's coming out of Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee. Dr. Jennifer Majka, member, term expires December 31st, 2023. Planning, Development, and Environmental Quality Committee, Resolution B, award of bid and authorization to execute a contract with West Group Law, PLLC, for legal services associated with solid waste management, procurement, and contracts, ID 10999. Resolution C, authorization to accept charitable gift from the Park Foundation to support Summer Youth Employment Program, ID 10992. Public Safety Committee, Resolution D, authorization to accept grants from the Office of Indigent Legal Services, ID 11031. Health and Human Services Committee, Resolution E, Budget Adjustment, FoodNet Meals on Wheels 2022, Office for the Aging, ID 11025. Resolution F, Approval for Interim Municipal Recreation Partnership Agreement, ID 10929. Government Operations Committee, Resolution G, Authorization to execute quick claim deeds, sell for foreclosure properties at public auction, ID 10972. Resolution H, resolution to update the Administrative Policy Manual, Policy 01-45, language access, and Policy 02-14, evaluating employee performance, ID 110015. If I could have a mover, please. Moved by Ann Corman, seconded by Deborah Dawson, and we will do a roll call.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
13 ayes, 0 nos.
Thank you very much. Now, if we could go back in the agenda, and we have Patrick Mailer that is here for the City of Ithaca.
Hi, all. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi, Patrick.
Hi, Sean. Well, lovely to see you all. Again, I've got a really brief city update for you. And the sort of short of it is there was no city administration meeting this month. It would have been last week, but it was canceled for no items. For our Planning and Economic Development Committee meeting, which we have tomorrow, we will be talking about a couple of zoning things, getting in line with state law. We're looking at an amendment to the Ithaca Farmers Market lease, and we're getting a update on tides. And then in terms of what we did 3 weeks ago, whatever the first Wednesday of this month was, we officially voted to make Ithaca unanimously a sanctuary city for abortion access and abortion rights. We did accept the Reimagining Public Safety Working Group's report, I believe 8-2. And besides that, we had a couple of other just financial things, as well as I believe, unanimous vote for something with the farmers market. I think was to make it a little more pedestrian friendly. And the Starbucks resolution that you guys had a week or two ago passed the council 6-4. So I'm more than happy to answer any questions you might have or get them to you at some point once I have more information.
Thank you, Patrick. Questions for Patrick from the City of Ithaca? Lee Shirtliff.
Patrick, just quick question. One of the resolution items on here and tonight is a contingency fund request to support new security function at the Human Services Building. And if you stay on board or listen tonight, I'm sure you're going to hear many concerns about the State Street issue. And my question to you is, where's Common Council and administration on this right now? What's your sense of the need for the county to move forward with this public safety initiative, and what might we be able to expect to have these problems alleviated, not only in that area, but those areas that surround our county facilities?
Sure. So that's something that would typically be within our city administration group, which George McGonigal, your other guy, sits on, and I don't. So I don't have a great sense of that myself, but I can ask George and other folks and get something back to you.
Thank you.
Of course.
Patrick, do you happen to remember for the 8-2 vote for accepting the report for Reimagine Public Safety, who were the two that voted against that?
I believe Cynthia Brock and Jeffrey Barkin.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, the resolution we got was a little not what we always see, in that we accepted the report and then we adopted certain provisions of it underneath. So we didn't have a clean, accept, adopt, reject as we normally have. So we accepted the report and then adopted portions of it. And some portions that were followed up, like in that, sorry, the other thing I forgot to mention in that meeting, we did also vote to commit to a deputy chief of staff / if it passes referendum, a deputy like in the name, city manager, who would focus just on public safety. So that was one of the 4 or 5 different parts of adopting. So.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions for Patrick? Okay, I see no other questions. Thank you,
Thank you
Patrick.
all. And Lee, I'll get that back to you as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, y'all.
Okay, next we have privilege of the floor for legislators. Amanda Champion.
I like going first.
Are you done? Oh, sorry.
Carry on. No. So today is an important day. 174 years ago today, on July 19th, 1848, 300 women and men gathered in Seneca Falls, New York, to speak out about the inequality facing women, demand the same rights and freedoms that men held, and make known their discontent with the way this country was progressing. Seneca Falls Women's Rights Convention was the first convention of its kind in American history. From that convention, it took more than 70 years for women to gain the right to vote in 1919. Voting is a key right, for sure, but there are so many other freedoms not afforded to women. Sometimes the fight for equality goes slowly. Sometimes it goes backwards, like right now, after the Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. I don't believe this decision was about abortion or pregnancy or whether life starts at conception. If it was really about taking care of babies and honoring all life, there would be a massive influx of resources, organizations, money, and support for pregnant women and mothers. And like one of our public commenters said, support for breastfeeding mothers, but that's not happening. I believe this decision is the result of a culture of control and domination of women. It's the result of a deep and intense societal misogyny. Let me give you an example to illustrate misogyny and how the Supreme Court's ruling will fail women in this country. A couple of months ago, a 10-year-old girl was raped and became pregnant. When the child was taken to a doctor in her home state of Ohio, she was unable to get an abortion there. Thanks to the Supreme Court's ruling, Ohio now denies all abortions after 6 weeks, and the girl was a bit further along in her pregnancy than that. The state of Ohio did not offer compassion for this child who just endured trauma. It did not validate her right to grow up before she has children of her own. Instead of leaving medical decisions to her and her family, the state of Ohio decided what should happen to this girl. Left up to the government, a 10-year-old girl would be forced to carry the embryo of her rapist to term and live with the consequences of then raising a baby or the trauma of giving it up for adoption. This is not freedom. This is not equality. This is state-sanctioned child abuse. This is misogyny. Women have made progress since that original convention in 1848. But every freedom, every step must be fought for tooth and nail against a society dominated by primarily white men. Here's a little more history to illustrate what cultural misogyny looks like in just the past 50 years. In 1967, Catherine Switzer was the first woman to register to run the Boston Marathon. While running, she was forcibly pushed off the course by a race organizer and male participants. Until 1974, banks and financial institutions could deny women credit lines unless they had their husband co-sign the application. Till 1978, employers could refuse to hire a pregnant woman because she was pregnant. Until 1981, 205 years into the American experiment, no woman had ever served on the Supreme Court. Also in 1981 was the first time that the number of female members of the House of Representatives got up to 20. 1981, 20 out of 435 seats. Until 1993, a woman who took off time to give birth or adopt a child could be denied her job when she returned to work. With the Family Medical Leave Act, women and men are allowed 12 weeks of unpaid time off. In 2000, the Supreme Court ruled that women could not sue in federal court a man who had raped her. Worldwide, approximately 1/3 of women report having been physically or sexually abused by their husband, boyfriend, or partner. And those are the reported cases. Most women are threatened or bullied and afraid to report what happened to them. In 2001, the number of female senators broke the double digits when 13 females served in the Senate. 2001, 13 out of 100. And now, in 2022, women and girls have been told by the highest court that they are not fit to make decisions about their lives and bodies. They can be sued by boyfriends, parents, or rapists if they try to have an abortion. The doctors, friends, or family members who try to help them or provide care can be sued. And some so-called pro-lifers tell women, including the little 10-year-old girl who was raped and impregnated, that she should look for the good in having a baby, that it will probably turn out to be a good thing for her. There's nothing good about this misogyny. A country, a state, a government cannot function without affording all its citizens the same rights and freedoms, regardless of race, gender, ancestry, sexual orientation, ability, belief system, or any of the other human differences that make our society so wonderfully diverse and beautiful. And I cannot stand for a government that encourages and promotes misogyny. So this is an important day, and I honor the women who stood up for their rights all those years ago in Seneca Falls. I also honor the women who have been fighting for equality and equity since then, and the women who sit around this table and who raise their voices all over the country. Bodily autonomy is one of the most basic human rights. If men have this right, women are entitled to it also. Without the ability to choose what to do with your body, what else is there? Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Deb Dawson.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. One of the things I read the day after the Supreme Court decision came out was that women who were experiencing an ectopic pregnancy couldn't get treatment. Doctors in states that had immediately passed anti-abortion legislation after the Supreme Court decision came out were struggling with determining how close to death a woman needed to be with an ectopic pregnancy before they would be able to remove the fetus. The reason I'm so upset about this is that my daughter had an ectopic pregnancy before she had my grandchildren. She could have died. I'm sorry, but this kind of stuff kills people, and we have to stand against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Ann Corman.
Thank you, my colleagues, legislators Champion and Dawson, who spoke. I wanted to add too that not only can medical professionals, family, friends, volunteers be sued, in a lot of states they can be prosecuted and be on trial, sent to jail for helping a woman or a girl exercise her right to take care of her body. And I want to just let people, my fellow legislators here know, and I'm giving folks the opportunity to speak, especially the male legislators, because when this topic has come up before, I'm hearing feedback that where are the men? Why are the men not speaking up? Silence says something. Please say something. Doesn't have to be long, just thought out. Please, I hope you support us. Silence is very dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Dan Klein.
Thank my colleagues for these very powerful talks. The only thing I was thinking that I wanted to say about this is that I realized that I was kind of in shock these past few weeks. And then I thought a little further, and I feel like the country is in shock, or a big percentage of the country is in shock. That's all I'm going to say about that subject for right now. I do have some other things I wanted to say on privilege of the floor. So one is that last month at this legislature meeting, we reported about suicide prevention services in Tompkins County. And since that time, the National Suicide Prevention Hotline has gone into effect. So I just wanted to mention that for everybody. It's 988. Our local suicide prevention number still works, and 988 still works. Second thing I wanted to talk about is there is a TCAT public hearing coming up that I wanted to make sure everyone knew about. It's going to be on Monday, August 15th from 5 to 6. It's virtual. And the subject is major service reductions by TCAT's policies. If service reduction is greater than 20% on any one area, there needs to be a public hearing about it. So that's what this public hearing is about. And I wanted to say the reason for the service reduction is because of the general situation that's going on right now in our country and the economy of not enough workers. We don't have enough drivers. There's part shortages. It's just being very tough to keep all those buses on the road. So that's the reason for the service reductions. And I just want to say that TCAT, in particular, the staff of TCAT has tried everything they can to keep the buses going, and we've run out of tricks. So thanks to Scott Vanderpool, the general manager, and the assistant general managers, and all the drivers and all the rest of the staff. They tried everything they could, and they've just run out of ideas of how to cut corners, become more efficient, et cetera, et cetera. And the final thing I wanted to say in privilege of the floor is the last summer, it's been like a full year now, I believe, that the Tompkins County Legislature launched something called the Community Recovery Fund. And for various reasons, it has taken a very long time to get going, but it is going to start soon. Perhaps some other people are going to mention their reports, so I don't want to step on your territory, but also I just wanted to say this. There's going to be a committee that is acting, in my view, as a bridge between the consultant that we've hired to administer this program and the legislature. And I'm chairing that committee. And I guess I would say I have two goals for that committee. One is to make sure the money goes out smoothly, easily, equitably, and accomplishes what we're trying to accomplish, which is to strengthen our local economy, strengthen our ability to handle disruptions, and strengthen any community functions that may have suffered because of the pandemic. But the other goal I have for this committee is to make sure that we, the legislators, really know what's going on and really have a say in how this rolls out. Because of all the programs we do, this fund, this grant program is our program. We invented it. We decided how much to fund it. And so we all have a stake in it. So I just wanted to say all that as this rolls out, I want to make sure that each legislator feels like they know everything that's going on and at least have a say in how things roll out. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I have Veronica Pillar and then Travis Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to talk about Disability Pride Month, although first I do want to thank my colleagues for bringing up and speaking clearly about the magnitude of misogynist horror going on in this country, especially Amanda and especially Deborah for sharing your story. I don't think you have to apologize for crying. I think it's totally appropriate. And I think it's unconscionable that you should have to think for a second about someone you love not making it easily through a medical condition that we have reliable treatment for.
Does ruin my image though.
Well, I have no comment on that. On a different note, July is Disability Pride Month. And so I wanted to take a moment to talk about that. I did yesterday at Health and Human Services, but we could all hear and take a moment to celebrate. Part of the point of Disability Pride Month is to affirm that disability of all kinds is part of the diverse fabric of humanity. And instead of splitting disabled people off from mainstream society, we can instead celebrate disabled folks. Disabled folks can celebrate themselves just as they are. Disability Pride Month is about empowering disabled people and educating allies. There's a flag for it. I'd like to thank my colleague Travis Brooks for having it on display behind him on the Zoom. I'm sorry that I don't have a copy. But if you look up there, you can see 5 diagonal stripes on a black background. The black stands for mourning and rage for victims of ableist violence, as well as rebellion and protest. The diagonal stripes, the 5 of them represent different types of disability. Red is for physical disabilities. Yellow is for cognitive and intellectual disabilities. White is for invisible or undiagnosed disabilities. Blue is for mental disabilities, and green is for sensory perception disabilities. The parallel lines altogether represent solidarity across all forms of disability, and the diagonality of the stripe represents cutting across barriers that disabled people face every day. A few more things about it. One of the central disability-related legal things in the US is the Americans with Disabilities Act, which we've had since 1990. And I think that I grew up thinking that, oh, we have the ADA, so like there's no problems around disability now. And that could not be further from the truth. First, we should know that the ADA was won by decades of fierce fighting and activism by disabled folks. I think, to my knowledge, most prominently, I forget what they called it, but a crawl of activists up the steps of the Capitol when it looked like maybe the act was not going to pass. Folks who used mobility aids, wheelchairs, and other things, leaving their aids behind and pulling themselves up the steps with or without help to force those in power to see them. Because historically, folks with all sorts of disabilities have been kind of separated, pushed out of society, locked away, and the nature of disability itself is often such that folks with disabilities aren't so visible, and therefore, the rest of us may not be understanding disability enough and what access could and should look like. But so now we have the ADA, and that's great, kind of, but it doesn't come with any enforcement mechanisms. It says like you have to do these things, but the only way to get it to, for someone to actually get the ADA to be enforced is to sue. And that's, bringing a lawsuit is difficult, especially if, you're the disabled person missing access to something that's, you're probably not bubbling over with extra resources. I'm sure there's exceptions. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. I would maybe on a brighter note, I know the Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee has one of its goals for this year involves reviewing ADA compliance with the county. So I'm sure we'll have updates for that for you in the future. I think it is important to note that as all the stripes represent, disability represents many things, things that are invisible, things that are not physical. We've got the little like person in a wheelchair symbol as the icon, but that can mean mental health issues, that can mean like sensory issues, that can be like autism, that can be psychological disorders. I myself have ADHD and have had depression and anxiety at different times. These are
these are disabilities. I kind of waffle on whether to call myself disabled, and I offer no certainty on that. But I bring that up to give one little illustration of a blurred line between ability and disability. On that note, disability is one of those minority categories where you may not be in it, but you could always join it at any time, unfortunately, but that's what happens. Your race is not going to change, but things can happen to you. Many disabled people weren't always. So part of the disability pride idea is that instead of trying to fit disabled people into abled society, like structures that require your brain to function a certain way, your behavior to be a certain way, your physical abilities to be a certain way, we could instead open up society, our systems, our buildings, our groups to accommodate just a wide diversity of abilities. Instead of thinking how to force people into a box, think about how to open up the box or dismantle the box. And we can trust people with disabilities to know what they need and to tell us what access should look like, and, believe them when they talk about themselves and their own experiences. So thank you for listening. I do think that accessibility and disability cuts across all issues. And it's a work in progress for me to keep it all in mind in all the decision making I do. And I hope that we all can. Thanks.
Thank you, Veronica. Travis Brooks.
I would like to thank Ann for the nudge. I've sat in spaces for 50 years, and I've heard people share their experiences of brutality against Black bodies in this country. I've heard people share, and I've listened to folks share about the racism and the systemic oppression that people who look like me have faced. And I've sat in a room and wondered why people that don't look like me stay silent. And I appreciate, and you giving the push, because I think it's important, because silence is complicity. It's hard to speak after hearing the words from Deb and from and Amanda, because the emotions that it elicits is so high. And I don't want to take anything away from that. And so I feel like speaking does an injustice to what was said, because people need to feel that rawness. People need to feel those emotions. People need to be left with that, almost like a silence for a few minutes afterwards, so it really sinks in. The fact that we are telling women what they can and what they can't do with their bodies in 2022 is insane to me. It's absolutely crazy. But here we are, because elections have consequences. And so as we talk about voting, as we talk about change in this country, we talk about going backwards. Elections have consequences, and we need to have folks across the country pushing these agendas. And it's sickening. I don't necessarily believe in abortions, but more than anything in this world, I don't believe it's my right to tell a woman what she can and she can't do. That's first and foremost. It's her body. I've raised 5 daughters. I'm a daughter father. What do you call it? I'm a girl father. And the fact that my daughters now can't make decisions for what's best for them, people I work with, family members, kids that I raise in this community, is deplorable. It's insane. Here in this country, this is where we find ourselves. It's unimaginable to think about a 10-year-old girl having to carry a baby. A 10-year-old girl. When people hear that and they don't believe that that's wrong, it's not a big deal to them until they look at their 10-year-old daughter, right? Imagine your 10-year-old daughter, your 10-year-old sister, first of all, dealing with the brutality of being raped, and then having to carry that baby at 10 years old. It's insane. Thank you again, Anne, for pushing for me to say something. Silence is complicitness.
Thank you, Travis. Randy Brown.
That's going to be tough to follow, Travis. Thank you. Out of respect for female legislators, I'll say something about abortion. I don't know what to say, and maybe that's a good place to be. I was part of one 45 years ago, and it's probably the biggest regret of my life. I don't know the answer. I know that women have the right to make their decision, as my girlfriend did then, and I think it was bad for both of us. She's a great person. I know that abortion is necessary in many cases, but I also know that there have been 60 million or more abortions the last 50 years, and it's hurt people as well. So I don't know the answer to that, but I think women should have the right to do what they want to do with their bodies. But I also believe that if I don't want to get a shot, I shouldn't have to get one. And you shouldn't be forced to do something you don't want to do. So I agree with you on that.
Thank you, Randy. Ann Corman and then Mike Lane.
I just had an announcement, but if people are still talking about this, I can wait.
Mike Lane.
Sure, I was going to talk a little bit about the war in Ukraine, but we certainly need to respond to your suggestion here. Some of us have been supporters of women's rights for most of our lives. I can remember the fight for the Equal Rights Amendment when I came out of college. I'm not saying I was any leader in that, but I was certainly one of the people that supported it in this area. I do want to caution, though, please not use the generality of white males as causing these problems. Some white males do. But some white males actually moved us forward toward women's rights. We all know about Connie Cook out of Ithaca, who was an assemblywoman, and her praises are out there for what she did when New York first adopted the legalization of women's abortion. But who was one of the real heroes there was Assemblyman Michaels out of Auburn, who lost his seat because he was the crucial vote that allowed that to go through the assembly at that time. And I remember him speaking about it and saying that his daughters came to him and said, please don't let this law fail because of your vote. And he didn't. Oh, yes, he was a white male. So just be careful when you use that. There are many, many white males. I consider myself a white male. And I consider myself a supporter of women's rights. I've done that for years and years and years. I think about coming out of law school or being in law school right after Roe v. Wade was decided, and being so very proud of Judge Blackmun and how he studied. He went to the Mayo Clinic and other things to learn about this issue. And he wrote a tremendous opinion. I'm sure he spent more time than Clarence Thomas spent driving to work that morning. And I would point out too that even though the majority on the Supreme Court were white males and voted to overturn Roe v. Wade, one of the votes there was the newest member, or next to the newest member rather, who was a white woman. So let's be careful about those kinds of stereotypes. But certainly the issue here needs all of our support.
Thanks, Mike. I have Rich and then Lee Shirtliff.
Yeah, I think, and some of the reticence is because of the awkward nature of it as a man speaking to this issue. And I understand the rage and the emotion on this. You know, I have a wife, I have a mother, I have sisters, I have daughters. I want them to have every right and opportunity that men have. And to echo what Mike just said, you know, in 1848, men showed up. There were men that showed up. And there are a lot of women in this country that just supported what the Supreme Court did. I think there's a more nuanced look at it, which is really, this is a religious viewpoint, that there are people who really don't believe in separation of church and state. And this is one manifestation of it. But you see it, say, in public prayer, in the assault on our public education system, on the assault on all of the services that government provides, where some individuals believe and some religious groups believe it would be better to be left to charitable organizations. I think that this is a bad decision. And again, I didn't plan on speaking on this issue tonight, but I'd recommend a book called Last Call about prohibition, because there's real parallels here about the organization that drove prohibition in our country. And a lot of it was, again, a religious element trying to dictate behavioral behavioral changes on other people. And the damage that did to our country, I think we're going to see something very similar play out. This is not a workable decision. I don't see good coming from this. I see tremendous divisiveness and damage to our country. I think it is a call to action that there needs to be Americans standing up and fighting back and, you know, advocating for what our nation's, you know, goals and dreams really should be, which is equal opportunity, equal access, equal rights. So again, I didn't plan to speak to that, but being questioned, I felt a need to respond. And I had something else I did want to talk about on privilege of the floor, but maybe we want to finish this issue before circling around again.
Lee?
Mike, I thank you for invoking the name of an old friend of many of ours, Connie Cook. And let me pick up on that just in some personal terms here. Mike, a few others. Bill knew my father, who served in this seat for quite a few years. And he and Connie were good friends. And my father, of course, like me, was a funeral director, and he spoke to Connie in the early 70s about what he had seen in dealing with clients who had had illegal abortions and the consequences. And at the time said to her that this can't go on. And Connie quoted him, cited him on the assembly floor in fighting for abortion rights in New York State. And Dad was a little conflicted over that from a religious standpoint and so on. And in later years, his position changed or maybe became a little more nuanced. And I think back to trying to balance all these different perspectives. And please don't take my silence as necessarily complicitness, but there's a reckoning that's going on in this country, and many of us that maybe didn't ever think we would be forced to think through this issue to a degree are thinking it through and are listening to these very personal contributions that are being made. So, thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Ann and then Amanda.
Thank you. I wanted to just announce, if people didn't see this in a press release or in the media, that the housing development in Trumansburg that's been planned for quite a few years, I think about 4 years. It's in a mixed affordable and market rate mixed rental and for sale project spearheaded by Ithaca Neighborhood Housing Services and local architect Claudia Brenner. The development is Village Grove and Crescent Way in Trumansburg. That's the current name. It's had a couple of changes over time. And I, for one, am just very happy that they have received the final state funding that they need to continue with this project to go ahead. And right now, construction is slated for the spring. So it'll be really great to have more people from various backgrounds and socioeconomic groups represented in Trumansburg. So just wanted to announce that.
Thank you, Annie. Amanda, and then Rich.
The history of this country is that white men have dominated it. That is just a fact. That is what happened. White men of European descent have dominated, made the laws, overpowered women, overpowered people of color, destroyed the indigenous populations. It's just a fact. There's lots of wonderful white men out there. I'm married to one. I'm raising one. Deborah's married to one. You guys are just lovely people. But the reality is that if you are a white man, you have privilege. And who just said? Lee just said, you have not ever had to think through this issue because you're a white man. That's your privilege. The rest of us do have to think through this issue. I've had to think for my entire life, what if I get pregnant? What am I going to do? How am I going to handle this? What if I have an illness that is, affecting my body? You don't have to think about that. And that's just the way it is. So you're not bad. No one is saying that all white men are bad. But if you're a white man, it's your responsibility to do better. If you're a Black man, it's your responsibility to do better. If you're a straight person, it's your responsibility to learn about LGBTQ people and do better. If you're a white person, you need to learn about what it means to be a person of color and do better. Nobody's saying that all white people are racist. We're not. And none of us wants to say to ourselves, oh yeah, I'm a racist. We're not, but we're trying and we get things wrong. People do things wrong and you have to try better. And for you to turn it around and make it about you as a white man is exactly the problem. So I appreciate Anne's nudge to ask the men to say something, because on one level, yeah, men need to speak up and say that this is not okay, or, you've had your own experiences with this or how it's affected you. But to turn it around and make it about you is not what it's about. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments? Rich?
Totally different topic. I think we should move on. I was very fortunate, along with many others, to be able to volunteer at the Special Olympics. It was a privilege for Tompkins County to be able to host the Special Olympics this year. And I would say that while I said I volunteered, it went the other way. It was a privilege to be there and to participate in what was just a amazingly uplifting event. We are really fortunate to be able to host the Special Olympics next year and the year after that. It's a 3-year commitment. So they will be coming back to compete here next year and the year after that. I am very happy that that's going to happen. Thanks.
Okay, we have Deb, and then I think we're going to take a break.
I'll be quick.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to wish Rich John a happy birthday and tell him that we're happy that he's well and back. And our gift to you is that we won't sing.
Thank you.
And it was recently Kathy Covert's birthday too. And again, we won't sing. That's our gift.
That's your gift. Okay. Any other comments from legislators this evening? Okay, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break and we will come back at 7:40. Get some pie and cookies. later meeting this evening, but just had a few announcements. I also wanted to thank my colleagues. Privilege of the floor for legislators can get tense sometimes, and I thank all of you for being respectful of each other and handling yourself with grace. So I really appreciate that. As you know, New York State has been increasing its support for childcare services and access, and having 3 kids myself, having to put at least 1, sometimes 2 into daycare at a time can be extremely expensive for families. And I wanted to let everyone in the public know that beginning August 1st, family income eligibility is going to reduce the cost of childcare and is going to expand from 200% to 300% of the poverty rate, or the federal poverty rate, so that more families are going to be eligible for daycare subsidy. And you can look at the county website to receive information, and you can also call DSS. They would have information on that. If you're eligible, the phone number for social services is 274-5612. And again, if families haven't been eligible in the past, there might be a chance that they would be eligible in the future. So I hope this provides families with some additional help during these hard times. Also, for legislators, the press release has been sent to your email. Feel free to circulate that throughout your communities. I also want to echo what Dan Klein has mentioned as far as the 988 phone number. And I want to thank our mental health and emergency response staff for their work coordinating these services. The number was created on a federal level to provide immediate assistance for anyone experiencing a mental health and suicide crisis. I understand that more information is to come on the rollout of the system in coordination with the state, but I also want to be sure to thank our employees at the Suicide Prevention and Crisis Services team. And I have 1 chair's appointment this evening, Samantha Pennell, business representative, and her term expires June 30th, 2025. That's all for my chair's report. And next, let's move on to reports by County Administrator Lisa Holmes.
Thank you. I have a few quick items, and then we have a brief reimagining public safety update with Onalita Smiley, our Community Justice Center Director. First, I wanted to just draw everyone's attention to these beautiful posters that are hanging in the chambers, and they're in other county spaces featuring our county staff and our values, integrity, accountability, equity, and respect. We also have some great new posters with the county's updated diversity statement. So a shout out to Dominic Recchio, our communications director, for putting these materials together throughout the county. A couple of other updates. We have a case of monkeypox that's been identified with a Tompkins County resident. The health department has completed the case investigation and has concluded that there have been no local close contacts. Press release was issued earlier today, and more information, the press release itself and more information can be found on the health department's website. In the county administration department, we've begun our annual review and slew of departmental budget meetings in preparation for the 2023 budget. We're in our 2nd week of meetings with departments with 1 more week to go. And I want to thank Norma Jane and Samantha Freilich, who've been working to make this a smooth and successful process, and to the county departments who have dutifully submitted their budgets for review. And the last item I'll mention, we're still accepting applications for Deputy County Administrator and Chief Equity Diversity Officer. Both positions are posted on the HR website, and applications are due by this Friday, July 22nd. And if there aren't any other questions, I'll turn it over to Mona for an update on reimagining.
Any questions for Lisa? Veronica?
I don't know if this is for you or Dominic, but are there digital versions of those posters? I just like them and want to share them places.
Yes, and they will be out within the next week or so, and they'll be on all of our social media and our website, and we'll make sure you all have the digital copies too.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Okay, I see no other hands.
Okay. I'll pass the mic to you, Mona.
Hi, good evening. Thanks, Lisa. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen for a quick app here for on reimagining public safety. Let's see if we can get it to function with me here. Here we go. So where we're at right now is we all know where, what our charge was. Hold on, my screen went away. Here we go. What is going on? Hold on. Can everyone see my screen now?
No.
All right, let's see. I think you got to be smarter than the computer. There we go. How's that?
Got it. We see it, no picture yet. Oh, there we go.
There it is.
See the picture? Okay. So, I mean, we're all familiar with what our charge was to create localized solutions for community safety. And that's where the reimagining plan stemmed from. And it was passed back in 2021 of April. Where we're at right now, the plans that we have in progress, Patrick talked a little bit earlier about the city department redesign and where they're at with that. So they did accept the report, including implementing a deputy chief of staff specifically for public safety, but there are also actions that they took within the report that they're going to be implementing. The community healing plan, Dominic and I have been spending quite a bit of time working on our website for reimagining public safety. So we are preparing for more public input and assessing some of the different models that people are sharing with us. So we're still working on, perfecting that, getting it back out there to the community for more input. The alternative response is another plan that is in progress, but it's on hold right now based off of the CJC contract, which is still under discussion. So once that is finalized, we'll be able to go ahead and move forward with that. Everyone's aware the pilot program started with the 2 clerk positions where the 2 individuals were hired and they started taking calls in July. So that was pretty exciting. And we're also using the website for measuring success. We're asking our community to input ideas on how we can measure the success of this program. So the 2 individuals, which are Tara and Sam, have started. So far, so good from what I hear. Data disclosure plan is another one that's pretty exciting. We're getting ready to vamp this one out. We have invited people to the working groups. We've got representation from various entities, some community groups, both the Sheriff's Department, New York State Police Department, IPD, LEAD, the district attorney, and assigned counsel. So Matt and Lance and Dom and I have been working to get these working groups together. And then we are planning for a public launch, which will be on our website. We'll have a press release, and then there will be a forum plan for everyone that is interested to attend to give their feedback. And then the CJC advisory board is still, it was under construction. We finally got the final documents, and it'll be coming to county legislature and common council once it's sent to the clerks for review. So, not a lot, but a little. Sometimes a little is good enough. To see that things are still moving forward. So if anyone has any questions.
Any questions for Mona? Okay, I don't see anyone, Mona.
All right, well, thank you. Everybody have a good night.
Thank you. Next up, we have County Attorney Bill Troy.
Don't have anything noteworthy to report.
Okay.
Things are under control.
Any questions for Bill Troy? Comments? Okay. Next is Director of Finance, Rick Snyder.
Thank you, Shauna. I have 3 quick things to go over with you tonight. One is the auction report from our June auction of foreclosed properties. I brought this to both the GO and the Budget Committee, and the resolution that you already passed on the beginning of the agenda tonight, that was for the execution of the quit claim deeds. That's found on page 67 of your agenda packet. And I'd like to review the report that goes along with this. There's a report on page 68 and on page 69 of your agenda packet. And in that, we report that we held the auction on June 13th, and we had 43 registered bidders. There was a peak attendance of 54 people. And then we compared in this report how many we had in previous years. The spreadsheet on page 69 shows a few columns that shows the revenue that we received in the third column, and then it subtracts in the fourth, fifth, sixth column expenses that go along with having an auction. And then the final column on the right-hand side shows the gain or loss for the sale of each property. So you can see under total revenue that we had coming in was that $468,687. And after subtracting all the expenses for these 11 properties, and those expenses were in that next to last column on the right, left a total gain of $291,282. And then I compare in the memo what our gains or losses were in previous years. We only budget $35,000 for this line item each year because we want to be conservative. One year we didn't have the auction because of COVID. We had the 2021 auction very late in the year because of the moratorium that the governor had on foreclosure of property. So we weren't able to do that until October, which just seems a short while ago. It's not been even a year. And in that year, we actually auctioned 2 years worth of properties. So as far as bringing in a gain or loss, it was a positive figure there of 291,000. You've already approved the resolution, and so that these properties are now in the hands of the new homeowners. And I'll take any questions that you might have on our June 13th auction, if there are any.
Any questions for Rick? Greg Mezzi?
Sorry, I'm struggling to find the unmute button. Less of a question for Rick, and I think more of just a general comment. This was something that I had sort of thought through. Can't remember which meeting it was. If we're budgeting 35,000, I would maybe challenge out to the legislature, or maybe it's something that we can address in a committee. But looking at what we do with the gains on these sales, and how those funds can go back into helping the community, either as it relates to housing insecurity or a number of different issues as it relates to housing. I think that we should be putting some of these funds through that we receive, the sort of the net gain from these auctions, back into helping solve one of the issues or many of the issues that surround housing. So not sure where the right avenue to go with that, or what right place, or what we can do. But I think we should sort of challenge ourselves and our staff to maybe think about how we can put these funds to better use to sort of directly benefit those that are experiencing a hardship or challenge, and sort of keep the gain from these sales in sort of the area in which it was received from, right, and try to advance a serious issue that we have around housing. So I sort of pose that as a statement. Happy to be a part of that solution and look towards where that's best, but I think we really should be doing something. I understand that there's a gain, right? It's the real estate, it's how it works. But I would just like to see that if we're only budgeting 35,000, maybe take that out, satisfy that budget line, and the additional net gain from that put towards good use to start solving the housing issue that we have in our county.
Rick, do you have a response to that?
We now budget that in the unclassified revenue 9999 unit, which means it does go to the general fund. It's just not designated in any department for any particular use. So to the extent that you would like to have a program or a department associated with that revenue, we could allocate money towards that unit or department for such purposes as you intend. But right now it's in the unclassified part of the budget where sales taxes and real estate taxes and other generic revenue items.
Thank you. I have Lee, Rich, and Annie.
Greg, I appreciate you bringing that topic up. This is kind of philosophical, and I've always had a tough time with the issue of the foreclosures, specifically with regard to single family houses. I've had two neighbors in the last 20 some years in single family houses that just plain couldn't afford their taxes and lost their homes to foreclosures, and consequently all the equity that went with it. And, it's one thing for commercial real estate, and land maybe, and so on. And I have a tough time with this in looking at it as a gain for the county. And to Greg's point, is there a way to put these gains toward solving some inequities? But I also at times wonder if there's a mechanism whereby in single family homes where people end up unfortunately losing their homes due to whatever circumstances, shouldn't be able to recover what that gain may be by the forced auction. Question I put out there, and it's certainly a much longer discussion and nothing we would answer tonight, but I have a tough time hearing the words gain when it comes to my neighbors being unable to maintain their homes as hard as they may have tried.
Thank you. Just a reminder too, we do have the Community Housing Fund that we use as a tool to help people with housing. Rich and then Annie.
Greg, I thought that was an interesting point, and I was going to mention the Community Housing Fund, that maybe that's something we should think about, in that these foreclosure proceeds, you really can't predict year to year what you're going to bring in. It's a lot like casino revenue, that you can't depend on it as a consistent budget line. And maybe rolling it over to the Community Housing Fund would be a reasonable thing to do. And just to put it out there for the public who may be watching, Tompkins County takes a very, very lenient approach to foreclosure of properties, that the finance department frankly bends over backwards to try to help people redeem their properties. I agree completely, Lee. It is a tragedy when somebody loses their home. And we want to see that as rare an occasion as possible. Certainly though, comparing Tompkins County to neighboring counties, we do pretty well in helping people stay in their houses when we can. Thanks.
Thanks, Rich. Ann Corman.
Thank you. It's an interesting idea that Greg brought up, and I do like the idea of, if it was some way to do something like, say, save $35,000 kind of to cover administrative costs, to kind of pay the county back for that, something like that. And as the current chair of the Community Housing Development Fund, I can tell you that we have allocated all of our funds, so we're not going to, I don't think, be meeting again this year because we don't have any more money to allocate. So we could use, a couple $100,000 would go a long way. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Dan Klein.
I also think Greg's idea is an interesting idea. I want to point out that the reason these people lost their homes is because they could not pay their property tax. And so in my mind, the shortest way to close this loop, close the circle is to lower the property tax levy with that money.
Thank you, Dan. Any other questions or comments? Also, I think what we've recently found out is that there are some state programs to help with people that are struggling with property taxes. Those are available. I'm not sure if they're on the state finance website.
Homes and community renewal, I believe.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly right. And there's an application and you have to get people to sign off on it. But I know that program has helped some people in our community. So any other, Veronica?
Thank you. I just want to say, I also think Greg's idea is a good one. And in particular, if we could find a way to use that money to go towards something that would prevent people losing their home to foreclosure, as opposed to, losing an unused property to foreclosure, which is unfortunate, but less, traumatizing for anyone. I think that would be good. I don't think reducing property taxes across the board achieves that because it's not targeted at folks who are struggling. Putting it in the community housing development fund seems like easy maybe and closer. If there's some other program or something we could create for looking at people who are at risk of having to move because of foreclosure, that seems great. But I know that the county already does do a lot to stop people from foreclosure. So I don't know if there is room for anything that would look like that, but I would be probably supportive if there were.
So I think what might be helpful is whenever we start going through our budget and we see what nonprofits we contribute to, maybe some of the legislators that are newer might be able to see all of the nonprofits that, for example, like Law New York, we give them, I believe, $30,000 to help with eviction. And let's see here, Catholic Charities receives FEMA funding for different expenses related to eviction and property ownership as well. And so I think you'll see, on paper what the county's doing and what we have done historically. Any other questions or comments for Rick? Okay, next, Rick.
Next is the room tax report, and that goes back to page 54 of your packet. I presented this at the committee level, and I know that Nick Helmholt will be bringing it to his committee next week also, with a lot more tourism information. But we've received our second quarter room tax, and it's up 65.2% from last year in the second quarter. If you're looking at page 54, that left-hand column there where it says total room tax, that gray highlighted number of $980,685 is the amount that we received in total room tax. That's up from $593,000 last year. Year over year, we're up 79.3% with 2 quarters in. And I always like to thank Lisa in the Treasury Division, Nick Helmholt in the Planning Department for getting together quickly in the first 15 days after the receipts have all been tallied up, and they put this information together so I can bring it to you. The remarks from the Finance Department are simply notes that I bring to you each time there's a report. It tells you how many hotels and bed and breakfasts were delinquent, if any, and that's all for your reading pleasure. But I thought you should see that we're really doing well for this time of year, bringing in totally this year a little over $1.6 million, and it's far exceeds what we budgeted at this point in time.
Thank you, Rick.
Any questions on room tax?
And Corman?
I just wanted to say, thanks for including, the previous, going back, previous years, really nice.
Oh, yes.
Snapshot.
That's on the next page, page 55.
Oh, sorry.
That snapshot there with a chart.
Spoil it.
You'll go blind trying to read it off the paper there if you blow up the the font a little bit, you can see that that $980,000 is by far the highest second quarter we have. It's not the highest quarter that we've ever had. We've had other higher quarters, but it certainly is the second highest quarter. And we're doing real well, as you can see, over those 11 years that are depicted on the chart for this time of year.
And thanks to you and your department and also our county attorney's office, as I was watching on budget, capital and personnel, that was a great effort to help keep us current on getting these revenues in. So thank you very much.
Delinquencies were way down, and I can only say that because of Holly coming on board, working with my staff and sending out letters, being more persistent, and they're doing a great job.
Great to hear. Any other questions for Rick? Okay, I don't see any.
One last item, and this is on a personal note. I shared this with Sean and Deborah last Thursday and later in the day with Lisa Holmes and with Ruby, our HR commissioner, Ruby Pulliam, and I gave them a letter that shared with them my intent after 37 years of government service, doing what I do. I'm announcing my formal retirement from the county, and that will be effective on November 29th of this year, about 4 months from now. My last day of work will be on the 29th. My actual retirement date will be on November 30th. I want to thank the legislature for these 9.5 years that I've spent toiling with you here in the daytime and even some night times like this. And I really appreciate the staff I have. I wanted to let you know that we're fully staffed or I wouldn't be doing this. This is the first time I've been fully staffed in 3 to 4 years, always having a couple of vacancies here or there. But I do have a full staff right now, and they have stepped up already. I only told them about this on Friday or Thursday of last week. So they're getting over the shock of all of that. And I just wanted to let you know that in working with you as colleagues, that I've learned a lot, and a lot of you have come to me and said, you've been a great finance teacher, or you've showed us how to understand county finance, but you all have taught me a lot also. And I appreciate the support that you've given me for the time that I've been here. And so over the next 4 months, I'll be working with administrative staff and HR to help find a replacement, and I'll help any way I can in moving through the transition period. So thank you very much. I appreciate having been here in Tompkins County during this last phase of my career. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. We wish you the best, and thank you for being patient with us and teaching us as much as we can take in. Everyone has different abilities with accounting, but you've been a true asset, and you've been committed to the county, and year in and year out, you've given us wonderful reports that make even accounting dummies understand it. So thank you.
You're here.
Deborah, and then Mike Sigler, I think. Did you raise your hand? Okay, just Deborah.
Yeah, I just want to personally thank Rick. I'm going to miss you terribly. I've told you this before. When the 5 of us started back in 2018, I guess it was, we didn't know diddly squat about county finance. And you were so patient with us, and you made it fun. I mean, your excitement and engagement with all things financial or fiscal was contagious. And I know that the 5 of you who just started this year have had to, you've been up to your butts in alligators, and you really haven't had time to think about draining the swamp. And so you probably haven't had time to meet with Rick the way we did. And I would recommend that if you have any curiosity about county financing, you take advantage of sometime during the next 4 months, sitting down with this man and letting him explain it to you, because it's really so valuable. So we'll miss you, Rick. Thank you for everything.
Lee Shirley.
Well, I had the pleasure of working with Rick as a department head, and he kept me under control for quite some time. And Deborah,
Barely, just barely.
Gave up.
your word patience is a very good descriptor. And Rick, I just hope that with that retirement, it means you're going to spend some more time out in our neighborhood, and we'll see you around in during daylight hours.
Mike Sigler.
No, I just, Rick, actually, I wanted to say that you accomplished something that I've actually never seen, not never seen, but very rarely see. And that was the clawing out from the state of, more than $1 million. You and our former attorney were able to do that. That was actually miraculous. And I always, if you were to look over the course of your career, if anybody ever says, what was your big accomplishment or what was one of your big, I would always point to that, because that state does not give up money, especially not that kind of sum of money. So you saved us so much with that. And, I just found that to be remarkable. And that was a long time ago now, actually. So.
Great. Well, thank you, Rick. We'll see much more of you.
Right.
You're still stuck with us for a while.
We'll be bringing you your financial report. Unfortunately, it's not going to be in July like we originally planned, but it will be in the second meeting in August. You'll be getting here at the legislature a full presentation of the financial report for last year, because we're just wrapping that. We're just wrapping up the final audit and the final financial statements with the auditors this week. And if you were on the budget committee and you expected to get a presentation from the auditors in July, like we planned, you'll see that we haven't done that, have we? So that meeting, at your next budget committee meeting, we have planned the auditor's presentation of the financial report at the next budget committee. And you're all invited to that meeting. All legislators are invited to that budget meeting if you want to hear an in-depth review from the auditors. But then in August, I will be bringing my report that's a little bit more simplified and lots of things highlighted that as you work through the budget process, it's very timely because you'll have fresh financial data right in your minds as you turn immediately into the budget talks that happen shortly thereafter. So we'll still have those meetings, and I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you, Rick. You might be the only one. No, I'm just kidding. We're all looking forward to it. Next, we have an appointment, and I will let Kathy Covert take over.
Thank you. As you know, we recently conducted a search for the deputy clerk position, and Taylor Spencer, who was here this evening for a meet and greet, has accepted the offer, and I would like to ask the legislature's confirmation of that appointment. Her anticipated start date is August 8th. Yeah, move her in a second.
Mike Lane, would you like to move?
I would certainly like to move that, please.
Great. And Ann Corman, seconding. Any question, comment? We can also go to executive session if we need to. Just a reminder. Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Great. We welcome Taylor Spencer as our new deputy clerk.
Thank you.
Are there any resolutions to be added to or withdrawn from the agenda this evening? I see none. Let's move on to our standing and special committees. First up, Planning, Development, and Environmental Quality Committee, Ann Corman, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to first start with the resolution, if we could get that one out of the way. This is on packet page 89, Resolution I, Doc ID 10998. Resolution of the Tompkins County Legislature as the elected legislative body of Tompkins County, New York, in accordance with Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, as amended the code, approving the issuance of the Tompkins County Development Corporation of its italicized or parentheses I, its tax exempt and or taxable revenue bonds, Cayuga Medical Center at Ithaca Incorporated Project Series 2022 in one or more series as part of a plan of financing in a maximum aggregate principal amount not to exceed 27 million for the benefit of Cayuga Medical Center at Ithaca Inc. And I so move.
Thank you, Ann. Seconded by Deb Dawson.
And this is to help Cayuga Medical Center do some expansions into what was formerly known as Pyramid Mall. So I think most of us could probably agree that that's really great for the community. It's great for the town of Lansing. It's great for Cayuga Medical Center. It's great for the county as a whole for them to be having more services and educational opportunities for more medical professions, more medical professionals in this area. And so this is to help them get the funds for that.
Thank you, Ann. I have Deborah and then Randy.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just for those of you who are not familiar with the Tompkins County Development Corporation and what it does, this is a way for a private not-for-profit to access the tax-free public bond market so that it can get lower cost financing. This will not be an obligation of the county in any way. So I just want to reassure you because I'm sensing there might be some puzzlement about why we're doing this on Cayuga Med's behalf.
Thank you.
Okay, Randy and then Lee.
Yes, I just have one question. Will that property be, will have to pay real estate taxes? Or are they a nonprofit? Do they pay or just? I don't know.
Deborah.
Well, as I understand it, if they were leasing the property from the mall, the mall would still be paying taxes to the village, the town, the county. But I don't know if many of you know this, but when the mall was transferred to new ownership 2 or 3 years ago now, they initiated a process of subdividing the mall property so that it will be possible for stores and occupants like Cayuga Med to actually purchase their piece of the mall property. So sadly for our village, and my husband's not happy about this, once that process is completed, they will not be paying taxes because they're not for profit.
Thank you.
Lee Shirtliff.
Have we issued bonds in the past for Cayuga Medical Center or its forerunners? Does anybody know?
Rich would know that.
I know its origins were as a county hospital. And then they moved
I believe
into
we
the-
have.
Okay. And just in general, would we ever consider doing something similar for a potentially competing entity that is we have a fast or evolving healthcare industry and large corporations that are swallowing up others as we go. Would we consider that with another entity if they wish to expand into the county?
It was a not-for-profit.
I'm going to let Rich answer.
Yeah, and in listening to the discussion, it might make sense to do a short report, perhaps at our next meeting. I could talk about the Development Corporation. It sits next to the Industrial Development Agency and is designed to help with not-for-profits. And this is a very large bond, But in the ordinary course, the Development Corporation helps all sorts of not-for-profits in the community. During the pandemic, I was very happy that we ended up doing a grant program for daycare centers to help with their HVAC systems, because to get them open, they needed to put in special filtration systems, and the Development Corporation was able to step up and help with that. Some of the long-term care facilities we've certainly supported, and if there was another competitive hospital or medical care facility, sure, if it's not for profit.
Thank you.
Randy, did you have your hand up? No, okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 nos.
thank you.
Thank you. So our committee met last on June 27th, and some of the resolutions that we had have already been passed, or we just passed the last one just now. We had another presentation by the food system plan, so I appreciate everybody's patience, especially those who have heard it a couple of times. We also had Katie Bargella from the planning department talk about the $75,000 that was already approved for a code enforcement study. And so what type of things they're going to be looking for as they're trying to get a consultant, that they think they're going to be able to hire a consultant to help administer that by the end of the summer. They're going to be looking at centralizing some of the code enforcement services, not full consolidation by any means of individual code enforcement in the various municipalities, but seeing if there's some collaborations, trainings, things like that, that municipalities are wanting to share or share some services of some sort. So we're going to be looking at that as that study's done. And let's see what else here. I think those are the main things. A couple other things that I just wanted to point out. I attended a broadband workshop with Nick and Katie from our planning department, and that was presented by Southern Tier 8. We went down to Binghamton. And so if you want to come, I don't know if they'll be able to report on this at our next meeting, which is coming up on Monday, but we learned a lot of different things of what's coming through from the federal government, of where some of the funds are going to be, where we're going to be able to use them. And there are many millions of dollars coming from the federal government for broadband. And one of the most notable things that I saw too was that there is a program from the federal government where you can get rebated $30, depending on your income, on $30 a month for your broadband service, for your internet service. So that's pretty considerable when you look at $12 months of the year, $360. That's a lot of money to put back in people's pockets. And by their estimates, the ST8, Southern Tier 8, they estimated that we would have possibly 3,000 to 5,000 people in the community that would be eligible under the current guidelines. So that piqued our interest. So our planning department's going to look at that and see how we can access that money and help people to apply for that. And we were introduced to the new Department of Planning staff, Abigail Connor and Haley Delisle. And so we're happy to have them on board. We also, at the Planning Advisory Board, we had the sewer and water study presented in its draft form. That's from Ithaca Area Economic Development. And that will be rolled out pretty soon. That will be on their website. I'm not sure if it is already, but it talks about what is lacking in the various different communities, and also what potential there is. So for instance, if one area has a water system where they can add more housing easier onto their system, or same thing with septics, not septic, but sewer systems, that's really good information to have as we're looking at housing of all types in this county. So I want to thank them for doing that study. Let's see what else. The planning department contracted with, I'm trying to see if I have it right here, but they contracted with a firm to look at broadband and look at look at how we can expand and fill in the gaps in broadband. So they'll be reporting to us when they're done with their work too. And we'll be meeting again on Monday, as I said, which is the 25th at 1:30. And some of the things on our agenda are the county administrator is going to report on the PAR forms, which is the different projects with different departments that report to our committee. Is that correct?
Yes, for the capital plan.
For the capital plan. Okay, thank you. Brittany was trying to explain it to me, and I think I got part of it at least. So we're looking forward to that. And we'll have some tourism updates, and we'll also be at a resolution, we'll look at a resolution accepting the Tompkins County Resiliency and Recovery Plan, which has been presented a couple of times. So I hope people can tune into that. And that's all I had.
Great. Thanks, Ann. Any questions for Ann Corman? Dan Klein?
Yeah, and can you say, or if you can't say today, could you send something around about this planning department's contracted with somebody to do broadband mapping or gap mapping or?
Right.
You don't have it right now, that's fine.
Yeah, how about I'll ask them to speak at, so that's something that I think I learned it on the way there to the, if I'm remembering correctly, that information. I'll send them an email to the planning department and ask them to talk about it at PDEC so that we'll have more information available that anybody could get.
Great, thank you.
Or do you want them to email you specifically?
No, that's fine. Thank you. What you outlined is fine. Thank you.
Okay. And I can't remember the name of the company, but they were one of the presenters there, and I got to meet a couple of the folks that are going to be working on it. And they had a horrible lunch, but anyway, besides that.
The important thing is.
The important thing was.
Great. Any other questions for Ann?
And I got to ride in a county electric car all the way down to Binghamton. So for the first.
That was the important thing.
That was.
Very nice. Very nice.
Sorry about that.
And can you just tell us when your meeting is again?
The 25th, Monday at 1:30.
1:30. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ann. Next, Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, Deborah Dawson, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think before I make any remarks, I will move Resolution I, 2022 Budget Appropriation and Adjustments for Wage and Other Negotiated Increases, Employees Union of the Tompkins County Sheriff's Department, ID 11016.
Okay. Seconded by Lee Shirtliff.
I will try to do this justice because there's so many moving parts of these new collective bargaining agreements. I'm having difficulty sometimes keeping track, but as I understand it, this is to cover this year's salary and fringe increases for the road patrol unit. Is that right, Lisa? Yes. Okay. And this comes out of an unallocated revenue account, which is in essence, I guess, part of our general fund, right?
It is a fund where we set aside an allowance for negotiation annually if we're out of contract with a bargaining unit. If we don't come to terms and we don't use those funds in a given year, they are put into another fund, another account, and earmarked for use when we do settle. So that's where these are taken from.
Okay.
Any questions for Deborah? Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 nos.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate comments I made at our BCP meeting last Monday. As this resolution that you've just passed demonstrates, I mean, that there goes $1 million of money in the county's bank. And this is just one collective bargaining agreement and one piece of it. I have heard at several meetings, many of my colleagues suggest, oh, here's a problem we really ought to spend some money on. And I appreciate the impulse, I do. But I would ask you all to please hold off until after we get our audit report from Rick and we see just exactly how much we have in our general fund, and we get input from our county administrator and our departments as to what it's going to cost next year to supply the services that the state mandates us to supply and doesn't pay us for. And let's not be so impulsive about spending money until we know how much money we have. I really appreciate that times are hard for everyone. My husband and I are feeling the pinch as well. I'm sure you all are in your ways. And I'm sure we're a lot better off than many of our residents. However, I urge you to remember that these increased costs are hitting the county as well. And we need to go forward, and we don't have a lot of leeway with how we spend a lot of money and what needs we meet, and we're going to have to meet them no matter how much it costs. So when you evaluate how much money we have in general fund, you need to do that within the context of what it's going to cost us to supply the services that we're mandated to supply, and then the services that we might want to supply in addition to that. So I'll stop being a scold now. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Mike Lane?
Well said, Deborah.
Thank you, Mike. Anyone else? Okay. Next up is Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Henry Grandison Chair.
Yes, we met a couple of weeks ago. We had an update on the Juneteenth celebration. Mostly we talked about the Cayuga Nation and the tactics of Chief Halftown and dealing with his constituents and what we could do about it. We had a resolution that was a proposed resolution on the table, but we decided not to vote on it because of employees who were there. And I think it's going to be brought as a member resolution next month. Veronica can talk to that. And that's about it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments for Henry? Rich John?
Thank you. Henry, I read an email from a constituent in support of taking a position and passing a resolution. And for all the reasons we've stated here previously, I'm uncomfortable doing that because it doesn't seem like it's our place to involve ourselves directly in tribal affairs. However, I'm wondering if Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee has considered preparing a letter to the Interior Department to ask them what is the criteria for picking a tribal representative, and what input do they receive from the tribe itself in doing so? Certainly, that would help me in understanding this issue better, and it might be something we could do without actually passing a resolution. Thanks.
Veronica?
I just responding to Rich, I think, so you mentioned the WDIC committee. I can't look at you and talk, so I'm not going to. And I think it was decided that this issue didn't quite belong there because it had, it was seen to have political components that staff members who are members of WDIC, unlike all our other legislative or all our normal legislative standing committees. Someone correct me if I'm getting the terminology wrong. Anyway, that it was not appropriate to pressure staff members to vote one way or another. And so I don't know that we would reconsider this issue there. But in terms of involving ourselves in tribal affairs, I think and as Henry alluded to, I have a draft resolution in my pocket for the future that I'll share with you all. It's not trying to involve ourselves directly in tribal affairs. It's trying to involve ourselves in the Federal Bureau of Indian Affairs' affairs as it pertains to folks who live in our community and are the Indigenous folks on whose ancestral land we are currently meeting. I know people don't want to involve ourselves in the federal government's affairs sometimes, but that's more the issue at hand than involving ourselves in tribal affairs. Obviously, I'm hoping we could pass a resolution about it, but I'm not opposed to a letter along the lines of what you said.
Okay, I guess I'd just ask if you could consider a letter first so we get information, and perhaps that would help us in considering a resolution. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Randy Brown?
I'd just like to weigh in on the Cayuga Nation's issue. I did get a call from Sam George, who's a Cayuga Indian, the other day, and we spoke, as well as Art Godin, who an Enfield resident, gave his opinion on it. And I think the issue for them is that they just don't, the traditional side of the Cayugas don't feel they even have a seat at the table. And so they don't even have the right to speak to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And they're not asking for us to weigh in on what the right decision is as far as who represents the Cayuga Indians, just that they have a position that just isn't being heard. And the current leaders that are recognized by Bureau of Indian Affairs represent less than 10% of the Cayugas. So, and they claim, the traditional folks claim that they represent much more, many more people. And as Veronica mentioned, this is Cayuga land that we're living on. So that's my thought.
Thank you. I'm sure this will not be the last time we talk about this issue. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Moving on, Public Safety Committee, Rich John Chair.
Thank you. I'll start with Resolution K, Doc ID 10977, appropriation from contingent fund, replacement pay and terminal pay reimbursement, Sheriff's Office. I would move that.
Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Veronica Pillar. Would you like to talk to the resolution, Rich?
This is a standard resolution to move money into the Sheriff's Department based on long-term disability and let's say, I think 207C, and which is another disability. But it's reimbursing their budget line.
Any questions or comments for Rich or Lisa? Okay, I see none. Let's do a roll call vote.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
And I would just note that the current jail population is 32 with 3 board outs. So we're maintaining a relatively low number of inmates there. The Public Safety Committee will be meeting next on August 18th at 3 o'clock here in Chambers. We had a different kind of meeting this week. Typically, we would have met this Thursday coming up, but we had a joint meeting with the Health and Human Services Committee. So I'm going to let Dan speak to the substance of our joint meeting. But I did want to say thank you to Dan for agreeing to do this. Logistically, it turned out to be pretty difficult to have 2 committees meet at the same time. And I also want to thank our clerks for the work of getting us there. It ended up, I thought, as a really, really good discussion of some topics that cross between public safety and public health. At any rate, perhaps we'll chip in after Dan reports, but that's my report.
Thank you, Rich. Next up, are there any questions actually for Rich John, Public Safety? Okay. Health and Human Services Committee, Dan Klein, Chair.
Madam Chair. The first thing I want to say is that last month I was asked, or last legislature meeting I was asked about when is our committee going to take up some housing issues. And so I had some conversations with the Department of Planning and Sustainability, and they assured me there's definitely work going on in that department around housing. However, there is no housing and community development planner right now. That person left, I think it maybe was January of this year. And that position's been vacant. It's now been filled. That person will be starting next month. And then we're going to give them a couple of months to get up to speed. So there will be more housing, more meaty housing issues or tofu-y housing issues coming to our committee, but that won't be till later this year. Okay, so I wrote up a little report about trying to encapsulate our discussion. We held a joint meeting with Health and Human Services Committee and the Public Safety Committee on July 18th. The meeting started with a member of the public sharing the tragic story of her son dying of a fentanyl overdose a year ago. This set the stage for much of the discussion that followed. A large amount of street drugs contain fentanyl. There are fentanyl test strips so that users can reduce the chance of harm to themselves, but there are issues with how the strips get distributed and which type of strip is the best to use. One of several homework assignments we asked for at this meeting was for our Mental Health Services Board and our Substance Use Subcommittee to do some research for us and come back with a recommendation about what the county might do in terms of fentanyl education and the promotion of fentanyl test strips. As has been reported before, the county has received some opioid settlement money through New York State. It's hard to get exact details from the state, but we believe we have $109,000 this year, and we'll have a little less than that each year going forward. The Joint Committee discussed how to decide how to spend that money. We are asking Frank Krupa to come back with a recommendation to us. We are also asking Frank to seek some input from our advisory committees, from other agencies, and possibly from the public to help inform the decision we will be making. Everyone should realize that $109,000 won't go very far. So, although this decision is important, we should be realistic about its impact. We also discussed the possible formation of an opioid task force. An opioid task force would likely be a coalition of government, community organizations, and members of the public who would share information, do education, and seek opportunities to address the problem in our county. Broome County has an opioid task force, and our public health and mental health departments will spend some time researching what they and others do, and will come back to us with a recommendation. We talked a lot about how to improve reporting on the number of overdose deaths in our county. This topic is more complicated than it may seem at first. Some of the issues that make the accurate count of overdoses difficult are that the drug in question is not always known by 911 or by the police, that statistics are gathered by various entities when incidents happen, and it is not always clear if we are talking about the same individual or not, There are overdoses that result in death and those that do not. Some overdoses are never reported. And testing and identification of substances is inconsistent for a variety of reasons. There is some work and some discussion going on internally in our county that hopefully will result in improved statistics. Next, we got a summary of mental health services in the Tompkins County Jail. We have 1 full-time forensic counselor at the jail and 1 full-time nurse. Plus, there's a doctor and a psychiatrist who are consulted as necessary. Our final topic was crisis stabilization centers. These are locations for people in crisis to get assistance on a voluntary basis. Think of it as a mental health convenient care. We had some discussion about if we decided to build one, would we be eligible to bill New York State for services provided there? Without the ability to bill for our services, operating such a facility would be prohibitively expensive. Our mental health department will look into that issue. We also talked about the possibility of a crisis stabilization center associated with the jail. We are unaware of any other such facility in New York State, and the issue of being able to bill for services is even more of a barrier when it comes to the jail. I want to thank Rich John for the idea to have this joint meeting and also to all the participants in this wide-ranging discussion. Rich suggested that these 2 committees schedule a joint meeting once a year, and I agree. So that's the report. Is there anybody else who attended the meeting that would like to add anything about what was covered?
Randy Brown and then Lisa Holmes.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, I think it was AJ Kircher, I think her name was, that she's done a lot of research on fentanyl because of her son's passing. And she said there were 75 overdoses, I think, in April and May that she was, maybe it was May and June, I forgot, but in Tompkins County, just to give you an idea of the volume. And the test strips that they're looking at are $1 each to test for fentanyl. And my only comment on that, we're going to do some research on that, maybe that we'll find out in September. Seems like expediency should be important if they're only $1 each. And maybe we shouldn't have to wait till September. So that's my thought.
Thanks, Randy. Okay, Lisa Holmes.
I just wanted to make one update since we met yesterday. I conferred with our finance director if additional opioid funds had come to the county. And indeed, in addition to the 109,000 that Dan mentioned, we've since also received 217,981 in a Janssen settlement with additional one-time payments expected later in the summer. So I'll just I'll be keeping you all apprised of how much and when these settlement funds are coming in.
Okay. Deborah Dawson.
Just a quick question for Lisa. These funds that are coming in, the one-time funds, they're restricted, right, in terms of how we use them?
Yes, and this is, some of them have different rules and different restrictions. Some are recurring and some are one-time. But yes, my understanding is that these are restricted.
Ann Corman.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I wasn't sure if Dan had mentioned this part about the siren, trying to get that on there. Did you mention?
No, go ahead.
So I was talking to AJ. I didn't see the entire meeting. I tried to get into to watch most of it. But one of the things that she suggested was that it be hooked up with our siren system and well, first of all, as Dan said, collect the data, and she suggested like treating this as like we did COVID, like, okay, we see a spike, let's get the information out right away when we see a spike. There was a spike around the time that her son was killed. And just a little more information. It was 1 pill that he thought was Percocet. And there's a lot of pills out there that are homemade or whatever, somehow manufactured locally or distributed. Apparently you can just get them online also. So it could be something innocent, that hey, somebody needs a Xanax or something like that, not suggesting that we should pass around our medications, but, I have taken a Xanax from my sister before, giving me, and we don't always know where those medications come from. So that's really scary. And some of the stats, at least that she had, were saying that if you got, say, a Percocet or something else on the street, a pill that looks exactly like what it should look like, that 50% chance it has fentanyl in it. And if you're not used to, if you haven't built up somewhat of a tolerance to it, it could kill you.
Thanks,
So it's kind of scary. So, and I was really glad that you guys had that joint meeting. I learned a lot. So thank you.
And I think one thing as well, and you mentioned the 75 overdoses, Randy, is that those are 75 reported overdoses. Those are people that actually called the police or called 911. And for those 75, there are probably 75 that administered Narcan, and, the person came back to life essentially, after 2 different shots. So 75 is probably a very, very low number. The one question I have for you, Dan, is there currently is a substance abuse subcommittee of the Mental Health Services Board. And I just want to make you aware of that because I want to make sure that we don't have duplication of boards and services.
Yeah, so I clarified, it's actually called the Substance Use Subcommittee.
Oh.
And that is, that is in
sense.
our pipeline. That is, we are
Okay.
going to consult them as much as we can.
That's great.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for Dan? Oh, Dan?
Yeah, not to beat this up too much, but we have been, there have been times when people raise this question like, what do you mean you don't know the number of overdoses, or those statistics are fuzzy? And it's like, I learned a lot about why they are. So as an example, we learned that in April and May, there were 75 overdose calls to 911. And then, so somebody said that, like, okay, that is a true statement. And then some of the people that know a little more said, well, we don't know what those overdoses were. Some of them could have been Tylenol, as an example. So it's not minimizing the fact that there's a huge problem. It was just on this specific question of trying to figure out the right number, and it's a little fuzzy. Deborah asked about restrictions. Yes, so some percentage of that money is restricted and some is not. I have a feeling the kinds of things we're going to recommend are going to fall under the general categories of treatment and prevention. I think there were even some more planning, I think research. There was a couple of very broad categories. So I have a feeling we're not going to have to worry about that, but of course we'll keep an eye on it. And then Lisa, I just wanted to ask you if you could clarify, 217,000, this just is now, we got it now.
Yes, we have it now.
And we think more is coming this year, next year, we're not sure.
More coming this year
More
and
this
then
year.
more coming in subsequent years.
That's from a different settlement.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And do we know, are there more settlements out there that we're involved in? I don't remember. I remember being involved in more than one. I've lost track of which they are.
We are involved in multiple settlements, yes.
More potentially coming down the road. Thank you.
Okay, guys, it is almost 9 o'clock. I just want to remind everyone that we have a few more committees and we have perhaps 2 contentious resolutions. And we have executive session with 4 topics. So I just want to remind everyone of where we are right now. Okay, any other questions or comments for Dan? Okay, let's move on to Facilities and Infrastructure Committee. Michael Lane, Chair.
Thank you. We will be meeting again on this Thursday, July 21st at 9:00 a.m. We've got a pretty packed agenda. Among other things, we'll have an update on the space study for the downtown facilities from the Holt Architects. We will be talking about our capital payment summary report, but from out of the Highway Department, which is always interesting to see the progress that we're making. Well, we're going to have an important resolution on for the deconstruction of the dental building property on Tioga Street. If you're interested in that, please attend our meeting so that you can make comments and discuss that. If we get enough people, I can try to move it up on the agenda, or if you're not interested, you don't have to come, I guess. those are some of the things we're going to be talking about. I did want to mention that at the ITCTC, Ithaca Tompkins Transportation Council meeting this morning, and that's usually attended by representatives from the New York State Department of Transportation. Dave Smith, who's the regional director, was there and told us that the Route 34 bridge in Lansing is to be opened. And there's going to be a ribbon cutting this Thursday at 11 o'clock a.m. Of course, that's during the F&I committee, so we can't make that. But I mentioned it to Mike ahead of the meeting. I think he's probably interested. Deb, that's your town also, so maybe you're interested. I don't know. Anyone wants to go out there. He didn't say 100%, but as close as you could get that they're going to have traffic going over it on the 21st.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions for Mike Lane? Okay. Next is Government Operations Committee, Amanda Champion Chair.
Thank you very much. It's late, so I'll try to be crisp. We met on, when did we meet? July 7th. And we also had a pretty packed meeting. I'll just go over a couple things. Most of what we talked about is in these resolutions, but a couple additional things. Our Board of Elections commissioners stopped in and gave us an update. They are having a very, very busy season. And just one thing to note for all of us, but any people who might watch this, the August 23rd primary election is somewhat confusing. And there will be, for a lot of people, there will be two separate ballots. And Steve DeWitt noted that in all his time in the Board of Elections, he'd never seen such a thing before. So it's a little bit strange, but if you get an absentee ballot, you will get two ballots in the mail, and you can't put them in one ballot. You have to put them in their separate ballots. So unfortunately, it is challenging, but of course, you can call the BOE for questions, but just note that there are two. And they're very busy with all the changes and special elections and all of that. So that was one thing. Secondly, legislators, you've probably seen several emails from me lately about travel and training funding. Just the final update on that is that if you had any remaining funds from this year, they have now been put back into the pot for any legislator to use for the rest of this year. If there is a training or a conference you want to go to, you'll need to come to government operations it's not really an approval process, but it kind of is, you need to inform the legislature what you would like to do publicly. And then last thing, we did have a somewhat brief discussion about the idea of term limits for legislators. The idea was that we would just talk about it briefly and decide if the committee wants to move forward in discussing this. Folks were generally open to having further discussion. So I'm going to talk to Bill Troy at some point, and we're going to think about this some more and have our staff bring us some more information to talk about that. And with that, I can go into the resolutions unless people have questions.
Any questions for Amanda? Veronica?
Not a question, just thank you collectively for the training fund sharing, because I am using way more than my share, mainly to go in person to the Facing Race conference in November. And so I promise to report back and, use that to help the county as much as possible.
Definitely. Thank you. That's great.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, so resolution terminating COVID-19 employee testing program ID 11011, and I move that.
Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Deb Dawson.
And this is essentially what it says. We've had a program in place for if employees don't want to have the vaccine, we're going through a testing program, but we're going to end that at this point.
Any questions on this resolution? To terminate COVID-19 testing? See no hands. Let's do a roll call vote.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 nos.
All right, next one is appropriation from contingent fund, county attorney's office, ID 10962, and I'll move that.
Seconder, please. Seconded by Jan Klein.
And this, I'll just use Bill Troy's comments to say that at one point we were lucky enough to have 2 county attorneys, and this is covering some of that.
Okay, any questions or comments on the resolution? Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 nos.
All right, contingency fund request to support new security function at the Human Services Building, ID 11021. I move that.
Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Deborah Dawson.
And if there's questions about this, I will look to Lisa Holmes. I think maybe a couple of committees have had presentations. And this is, again, exactly what it says, to implement some new security things at the Human Services Building.
So I'm happy to just add some comment here as well. Deb Dawson and I went to the building and actually had a tour, met with some of our staff. And I think initially going into it, I was a little bit apprehensive about getting the metal detectors and armed officers in the building. But it really seems like we need to take this step in order to offer security and a sense of safety for our employees. We were able to see kind of behind the scenes, the cameras that they have in place, and to have conversations with our employees was really invaluable. I definitely thank Dan Cornell and Carla from probation for spending some time with us. And one thing that really, for me personally, kind of changed my mind was having a conversation with one of my constituents who has a little boy with Down syndrome, and her saying that whenever they go into that building, that they feel really unsafe. And, it was very eye-opening to hear from a family that we want them to feel welcome and we want them to feel safe whenever they have to go into our buildings. And it's a sad state that we're in right now, but I think the protection for everyone and the safety for everyone really has to be at the forefront of our conversation here. So I will be supporting this. Any questions for Lisa? Lee Shirtliff?
Comment on the resolution.
Yeah.
I hope the sad irony here doesn't escape people's attention. And I echo your comments, Shauna. As I said at budget, I'm regretfully supporting this resolution, but I'm saddened as much as anything to have to do this. And I'll tell you why is we've spent a lot of time here. We collectively, the previous legislature, reimagining public safety. And one of those areas is to take a look at how we can unarm responders. And there's various efforts going on in the various communities to do that. And here we are in the busiest facility that our county government operates, arming our responders. And don't take this as a slight. but reimagining public safety maybe isn't what we've really been doing. We're reimagining policing. And we've spent a lot of time talking about how to police in the county. And I think that some of our governments have gotten away from what to police and where to police. And this pains me to vote for this resolution. And we're off the track here. When we have 300 to 400 employees in a building that are unsafe, and how many constituents of ours that are availing themselves of the services down there, it's terrible. On the Friday before Memorial Day, you all know I wear one of these things. It's on most of the time. I hear what's going on in the county. I'm putting flags out in the cemetery to honor those that have served the community, the country. And I listen to emergency response units being sent for 2 people shot on the 300 block of West State Street on a Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a holiday weekend. And here we are as a group. Mike, part of the discussion is going to be whether to invest upwards of $20 million potentially in more county facilities down within a range of this facility. We got to be rethinking a lot of things here. I'll support this, but I'm not happy about it. And I think there's some failures going on, and leave it to others to address those, but it's got to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Veronica?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't do this often, so I want to take the opportunity to wholeheartedly agree with Lee. I'm also going to support this, and part of what did make the decision was Shauna previously sharing your story about your constituent and thinking about and I think I think Mike Sigler sharing a message from someone who works in the building, and just thinking about the immediate fears of people who have to go there for their livelihoods, whether it's earning wages or receiving services. But yeah, I agree. I think Lee made a good point that the reimagining public safety has, I think, in a lot of ways shrunk, or was always shrunk into reimagining policing. And we need to be thinking differently than that. I know one thing that often seems that has been observed in general to affect safety on a certain city block is just how many people are there using it for other stuff. I saw, it was kind of a joke that having taco trucks on every corner would actually improve public safety, but also it genuinely does, having folks just eyes on the street in the course of things. So could we think about that? Could the city think about that for that block? I don't know, maybe. Obviously that's not an immediate solution, which is why I think I am, reluctantly glad we're doing this, but I agree, we got to rethink a lot of things.
Thank you. Randy, Annie, and Travis Brooks.
Thank you. I took the opportunity to walk around there last week in the late afternoon, a couple times around the block, and it's not a comfortable place to walk around. And you could feel a little uneasiness when you're down there. It's good to see, and I think I understand the resolution that 70% of this is reimbursed by the state. Is that where that's coming from? So I will support. This is a 6-month kind of a test, right? Is that what this is for, 6 months? This resolution is for the going forward for.
And then it'll be in our 2023 budget.
Yeah, then
Yeah.
it'll be in the next budget.
But we're just approving for 6 months now.
That's right.
Okay. I think that there's structural, and I don't mean building issues. This is just a result of a lot of people coming to one place, and people that need help, and also the general area you see development just up a couple blocks up, and then you come in this area and there's empty buildings and no city. I walked around there for 15 minutes, didn't see any city police, to Lee's comment about that. So I hope that we are working with the city on that respect. As far as, I think Kip was on the radio saying that she believes that people are coming into that building with weapons. If that's truly the case, then we don't have a choice here. So I will support.
Thank you, Randy. Next, let's see here. I have Annie, Travis Brooks, Mike Sigler, and Mike Lane.
I second what my colleague was just saying, Randy, that, and this is what we've been hearing, that, there's concerns and in all probability that there are weapons, being already brought into that building, but there's issues with the neighborhood. We've heard, some through our administration, our leadership here. So I appreciate, keeping informed, having the safety of our employees and the community paramount, and in response to the feedback and the suggestions from our employees and also the community. It pains me too that, this is the step, but I don't take it lightly. And I know the rest of my colleagues don't take this lightly. But to make people safe, there's times where you have to send in people, who are going to do their best to make sure there's not weapons brought into that building, so that people receiving services, people that work there, creating as safe an atmosphere as they can. So again, I don't take this lightly, but I do see this as a necessary step. And I'm not sure if it was said exactly, if anybody said this, but it was said at the public safety meeting. This is not public safety. What committee now did this go through? Geo. This, one of those county committees that's not mine, or I don't chair. So this is not taking staff or officers off the beat, off the street, off of road patrol. This is an addition. So I just don't want people to be concerned, because I know that was brought up at some meeting, that someone was concerned, oh, well, that's going to pull officers from other areas, and it's not. So thank you for doing this, again, to our leadership and our county administration, and to everybody that, that works in this building, and we hear you. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Travis, Mike Sigler, and Mike Lane.
This part of the city was worse than this when this building was built in that area. And I don't know what the discussion was way back then. Maybe Mike Lane was here then, about what the city was going to do in this area to help clean it up. The area hasn't changed. It hasn't gotten better. And in some ways it's gotten worse. So you have two different issues. You have what goes on in the immediate surrounding around this building. And then you have what goes on inside this building when people who are in great need of services get frustrated and angry. The amount of times that officers are called to this area to respond to people who have been denied services, who are in dire straits, people who are going to go out and be in the streets that night because they can't get hotel vouchers. We move that system over there, and people are getting denied on a regular basis. Or people who are in horrible situations find out because they make $6 too much a week now, are off a SNAP and not getting any rent assistance, and they explode, they get mad, they get angry. And sometimes it's rightfully so. They are in such a bad place. You have folks that are there from the community that are now put in danger, and you have workers that are put. So it's two separate issues, I think, being conflated into one. And at the same time, this conversation about reimagining, the whole idea about reimagining was how you deal with people without policing, right? But in this situation, you have to keep people safe. You have to keep people safe. And I think that's to find ourselves here, I think it is unfortunate. But, what people need in this community and what people are going through is a lot more stressful and strenuous than it has been in the past. And so I think we're obligated to keep people safe. I think we're obligated to keep workers safe. So it is what it is. And from my understanding, it's not like we could use security guards because of union issues and contract issues. If we could do that, that would be a little different. Metal detector security guards, you don't need sheriffs in there, right? a lot of places like this in a lot of areas in neighboring communities, this is what they have. So here we are, this is what it is. But until we can get some commitments from the city to clean up that area, the outside is going to stay the outside. And, you know, as long as people are hurting the way they are, we're going to have folks coming in there and being very upset and angry about the responses that they're given.
Thank you, Travis. Let's see here, Mike Sigler, Mike Lane.
I'm just going to reiterate some of the things I brought up at the meeting because I was clearly misunderstood by some people. So I'll reiterate some things. And it's not that we're pulling people off the street or anything, police officers off the street, sheriff's deputies off the street. It's that the sheriff's deputies are not for our personal safety. I mean, by us, I mean the county. I mean, they're for everybody's safety. They're for the community's safety. And if we're saying that an area of the city is has gotten more dangerous, the sheriff's department is, we are responsible for public safety. And perhaps we do need another detail down there, specifically that area. However, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about putting deputies inside of a county building for our people. I'm going to vote for this because of two reasons. Number one, we have to do something. This seems to be the way that most people have agreed to have sheriff's deputies for a number of the reasons, like Travis said, there's union issues and a number of other issues. And this will be the quickest way to get security in there. And also I have a great deal of faith in our county sheriff that he will utilize these people effectively. Maybe using retired sheriff's deputies or going some kind of route like that. I think it'll be difficult to even find actual sheriff's deputies to man this since we have a shortage of deputies, as you know, currently. So I just want that secured as quickly as possible. And I think this is the quickest way to do it. But I don't want the general public thinking that we are using this as a private security detail for county workers or for us, for example. I look at deputies as securing the entire community and not just this little section of it. And I have to tell you, I mean, I talk to a lot of officers, police officers, so if the city of Ithaca, I mean, I think they're down to like 50 people that are active. I mean, there are people out on disability, you know the drill with all that. I don't see how you police this city with 50 officers. And I don't know, there may come a time, and I said this to Jason when Jason was our county executive. I mean, I first saw a time when if the city of Ithaca doesn't want to have a police force, that is going to fall on our shoulders to police the city. So just something to, I think, keep in mind if the situation deteriorates further in that area or in other parts of the city as well. So thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Mike Lane, Greg, and then Deborah. And just a time check-in, we're at 9:22 and we have two resolutions that are probably going to take a while.
I'll be quick because a lot of the things I would say have been said by most of my colleagues already, and they're right. I guess the one point that I'd make is I was driving down this afternoon and heard our Commissioner of Social Services, Commissioner Kephart, on the radio. And what she was talking about was the difficulty she's having filling positions, basically with the entry-level positions like the social welfare examiners, which is the entry level, and also difficulties getting people to want to take a step up into management. And this may have to do with where they're working, some of them. And do you want to take a job if you're wondering about if you go in there, you're safe or not? Let's think about it from the hiring standpoint. Are we going to have trouble, continue to have trouble finding people to take this very important jobs? And if we don't have enough people to be the examiners, that just throws more burden on the few that we have. and other people are going to have to, our constituents are going to have to wait longer to talk to someone because there just aren't that many spots available if you have fewer people who are able to work there. So let's think about that. Let's think about how safety plays into that. And Mike Sigler, some of us have thought we needed county police for many, many years. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Greg Mezzi.
Thank you. I've said this, I think now in GO and BCP, both of those committees. I think this is a failure on behalf of the city of Ithaca. And Madam Chair, I'd ask that you communicate this resolution to both the mayor and the city of Ithaca Police Department with some strong words. I think this is yet again another example of the county picking up this tab for something the city doesn't want to deal with. And I think we have a responsibility to, see if there's a way we can hold them accountable. And they need to do more. And I would even ask to go as far as to invite Laura Lewis and, members of the Ithaca Police Department to the legislature and have it be one of our special topical presentations because something needs to be done. And it doesn't seem like the conversations, that may or may not happen are effective. And so I think there's more that needs to be done and they need to move faster and act quickly. Obviously, we as a county have stepped up and taken action to keep county residents safe, keep access to critical services available. And I think also keeping our staff safe and creating some peace of mind. But, to my understanding, a majority of the serious incidents around this particular building have happened outside of the building. And that I think falls a lot on the city of Ithaca. So I'm glad that we're doing something. I'm glad that we're acting quickly. But I think it's time that the city wake up and start to actually do something about it. So hopefully we can communicate that message and ask them to play their part in being part of the solution and not just kicking the can down the road.
Thank you, Greg. And Lisa and I have met with the city on a few occasions and had discussions, but I am absolutely happy to invite Laura Lewis to our next meeting, as well as the current acting chief, Chief Jolie, and we can ask questions and have the conversation with all of us. I think that would be a great idea. Thank you. Let's see here, Deborah Dawson.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate in response to Mike Sigler's comments. I don't think we're doing this because we're using the sheriff's department as our personal police force for the county. I think we need to remember that this is not just for the protection of our employees, but for the protection of the many residents and our constituents who need to be in that building to avail themselves of the services we provide. So in that sense, this is a matter of protecting the public.
Thank you, Deb. Any other questions or comments? Rich John.
Just to go on record, I won't elaborate, but I take the comments of my colleagues and I agree with them wholly as a group. Reimagining public safety, we've all voted for it in one form or another, but it really is about increasing public safety. And this doesn't seem to be heading in the right direction. I will support the resolution. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other hands. Let's go ahead and bring this to a vote. Roll call.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grannison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 noes.
it's unanimous. That passes. Thank you.
So our next resolution, I'm actually going to turn to Mike Lane. Our next resolution is to authorize a public hearing related to our redistricting process, but we're going to hold off on that one and go to a member filed resolution from Mike Lane because that pertains to this. And if his resolution passes, we won't need to pass a public hearing right now. That will come in the future. So I'll turn it over to Mike to talk about his resolution.
Thanks, Amanda. I appreciate it. And I certainly appreciate all the work the Independent Redistricting Commission has done for the people of Tompkins County, and they've taken their job very, very seriously. The charter provision, and I had copies of it put in everybody's red folder tonight. If you look down at it's little c in parentheses, it talks about once the plan comes to the county, which is what's the county legislature, which is what's happened at this point. Upon receipt of such plan, the county legislature may return it to the commission for further consideration of particular issues or accept it as the final plan. So the resolutions on tonight to accept the plan and to have a public hearing were a little bit troubling to me for two issues that I've spoken about at the commission and also here before. And one is the fact that the report recommends an even number of legislators again, increasing the number from 14 to 16. It would then take, of course, 9 votes to pass any action of the legislature. It also, by having that many legislators, it increases our costs, increases the staffing that we're going to need and the things that the legislative staff has to do for all of us. I think that in the years that I always served with the legislature in the past, up until the last redistricting, we had an odd number. It was always 15. And almost never did you have a vote of the legislature that wasn't decided one way or the other. If it was very close, you'd have a 8-7 vote, for example, either for or against. We've had some serious votes in the last few years, which were 7-7 ties. So neither side prevailed in those situations. I think we should ask the commission to take another look at the possibility of having an odd number of legislators and the possibility of having fewer legislators. And so pursuant to the charter, my resolution simply says, please, sends this back to the commission, says, please take another look at this. You remember, for example, when Chairman DeLay, who's done a great job, I asked him, well, what about the odd or the even number of legislators? And his response was to the effect, yes, we understand that, we talked about it, but we figured you guys could work that out. And I think it sets future legislatures up for continued problem without having an odd number. So that's why I had brought a substitute resolution to the committee, and which has been put forth as a member filed resolution tonight, although I could have just done a substitute. And you can read that, but that's asking them to relook at it. Now they could do a couple of things. Well, let me just say one other thing. We're in no real big hurry here because whatever happens won't take effect until the election of 2025. So, I mean, they could we could make this decision 3 years from now. I'm not suggesting that, but we could. Because when we tried to, some of us tried to suggest that we run this term for only 2 years, so we wouldn't have to wait that long for new redistricting. That failed on a 7-7 vote, as you recall. So that's what I've done. And in committee, it did not pass. It was a 3-2 vote. If it passes here tonight, which I hope it does, I wouldn't offer it otherwise, passes here tonight and it goes back to the Independent Redistricting Commission, they have the option of relooking at it and sending us something different, say an alternate. They could send us 2 plans, or they could just say, which actually happened 10 years ago when we did something like this. They could come back to us and say, no, we like what we've done, so that's all we're gonna offer to you. And at that point, we can decide to just do what we're doing now, or what came out of committee, just move ahead with it, have a public hearing, or we could choose the alternate, or we could do nothing. So that's why I did this, and that's my thinking. And therefore, I'm going to move my resolution, if I may. Hopefully I get a second. And it's seconded by Randy.
Okay, moved by Mike Lane, seconded by Randy. And any conversation here? Questions, comments? Okay, I have Greg Mezzi and then Dan Klein.
I guess I have a point of maybe parliamentary inquiry, or I'm not sure what the official term is, but just to understand the process. We passed the resolution by a vote of 3-2 in the GO in the Government Operations Committee, accepting the accepting the recommendations of the Tompkins County Independent Redistricting Committee, ID 11013. That would be held until we have a public hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it's clear to the rest of the body that there was a resolution that was passed by a committee of the legislature accepting that. Is that a fair statement, Kathy?
Yeah. Can I?
Yeah.
So now that I'm thinking about this again, Kathy, we did pass a resolution. Greg is right. So to supplant that one in lieu of this doesn't really make sense. Because
Public hearing.
the resolution on tonight's.
If a committee passes a resolution and it's presented at the legislature meeting, the resolution can be withdrawn and not come back. So if Mike Lane's resolution is approved tonight.
But we haven't had a chance to look at that other one.
No, and you need to have a public hearing first because it's adopting a local law.
Right, okay. I guess that's why I'm still confused.
Confusing, yeah.
The resolution does 2 things. It accepts the recommendations and it adopts the local law.
Okay.
Sorry, can I continue to speak?
Yeah, go ahead, sure.
Right, sorry, just, so the committee passed that. So I think it would make sense for us to pass the public hearing and have that public hearing, because if there's a sense of our constituents that there is more work that still needs to be done, then I think we should listen and have that opportunity before we entertain a resolution to kick something back to the Independent Redistricting Committee. I think we need to be very cautious too of keeping this as an independent redistricting committee. There's about 5 different examples on the Independent Redistricting Committee website of 15 members, of 13 members, of 14 members. I mean, they really explored everything, and this is what they came back with. So I struggle to support this one because I think it's out of process order. I don't know why we gave space in this section to the member filed resolution. I understand it slightly, but I do challenge that. And I think we should stick with the original recommendation of the Independent Redistricting Committee. So I will not be in support of the substitute resolution. And I think we should move the public hearing before we consider anything as a body, if that's procedurally the way that we're going to treat the resolution that was passed in the GO meeting.
Thanks, Greg. I have Dan, Travis, Mike Lane, and Amanda.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to support Mike's resolution. I don't agree with many of the things you said in terms of the difficulties with odd number, even numbers and some other things. But that's okay because.
I'm sorry, point of order.
Yep.
I really think we need to figure out the process before we start talking about the substance, because I think what Greg is saying is correct. I think that Mike is offering a substitute resolution, but we haven't discussed the resolution that's coming out of the committee. So I feel like talking about the substance is very important, but I feel like this should come once we are looking, because the resolution tonight is just setting a public hearing. We're not actually talking about the substance of a possible local law. So, I mean, I guess I may be wrong, but I feel like the substitute resolution or something else saying we should send it back is very valid. We're just not doing it at the right moment.
You know what? I'm going to have Bill Troy weigh in here. You've been waiting all night, Bill.
I hadn't thought about it, but we do have the public hearing in the local law. You can proceed with that, I suppose. And then Mike, if you get ready to do it before you take a vote on that, maybe Michael's motion comes in and say, well, before we vote on it, we've heard about this. Then we can go back and decide whether or not it should be sent back. That's my gut reaction, but I've not researched it by any means.
But further to the point of order, if we do that, we're going to have a second public hearing. The thing that complicates this is the public hearing part, because before you can set a public hearing, you've got to have a product that you put before the public so that they can come prepared to address it.
And we have that product right now.
Well,
but Mike is suggesting a different product, which should come when we're actually looking at that local law. Like he could say, I don't want to do this local law, I want to do this local law.
But at that point, you will have already had one hearing on the proposal that the redistricting commission had recommended. And if we then adopted Mike's alternative, we would have to have a second public hearing.
At a later date, because the commission would have to look at it again. Yeah.
You know,
But
I'm going
as
to let
Mike said,
I'm going to let Mike weigh in here a little bit.
Sorry.
Yeah.
As I said, I was originally going to just bring a substitute, but it was put on the agenda as a member filed. But all I'm asking is for us to go back to the commission and say, please take another look at this. And again, they can come back to us with the same recommendation or with another recommendation or an alternate recommendation. That's going to be up to them. And it ought to be up to them. But I just don't think we ought to go ahead with the report without questioning it at this point.
Okay, I'm going to let's see here. I have Travis.
But
I'm sorry.
I had interrupted. Dan.
Well, that was rude. No, I'm just joking. Dan Klein.
Thanks. I'll be quick. So I'm going to vote yes if we get to that vote. Even though I'm fine with what was put forward. And the reason I'm going to vote yes is because, first of all, it is outlined in the charter, so it's not improper procedure at all. There is absolutely no harm in going through that process. We're not hurting anything, and we have no time pressure. And I want to honor the request of a legislator, or I know there's at least two legislators who want a little more process to happen. So since there's no harm in doing that, I will support it. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan. Travis Brooks.
I'll skip the substance part for now, since we're talking procedure. Dan just said what I was going to say, that it's in the charter for us to ask for it to go back. That's part of the procedure. So I don't know how that's out of line in this scenario. If it's not the time for that, and Bill comes back and says it's not the time for that, and we have to wait till after public comment, it is what it is. But I don't know why we would do a public comment and then do another public comment when we could send it back and ask for them to look at it again. Not sure what harm that does. So, process wise, if it can go back before public comment, I think that makes the most sense. And it's written in the charter that we could ask them to look at it again. So I don't know why this would be so odd that we would ask for that to happen.
Randy Brown?
Yes, so it passed 3-2 in committee, but aren't all things in committee, don't they have to then come before the whole legislature? Before you would have a public meeting?
No, you have the public hearing and then you have the resolution
Because you're passing a law.
Vote on it?
You're passing a law.
after the public hearing.
I was hoping there'd be a vote, it'd be 7-7, so. Okay.
And you got competition.
Okay, Rich, Amanda, and Deb.
Yeah, I'm going to support the resolution. I don't think there's any harm in getting a different look at it. And particularly, I've stated my concern about legislative or proposed legislative District 4, which encompasses essentially the middle of Cornell University and then College Town, with very, very few long-term residents of the community. And I think going to 15, we may end up with a better district that would have a more representative mix of residents. Thanks.
Thanks, Rich. Amanda, Deb, and then I'll go in.
Yeah, I really feel very strongly that we're not doing this correctly, because if we didn't have to set a public hearing, the resolution that came out of committee would be on the agenda tonight. So if this is the case, that somebody can just bring a resolution and ignore the one that came out of committee, then just because it's not on tonight, then why can't we do that all the time? I can just bring something forward instead of what came out of committee. So, people have said we have time. Let's go through the process. And then we can talk about the substance. I'm not opposed to it going back to the commission either. I would like to see a few things added, including what Rich just said and including what Travis has talked about. But I don't think you can just supplant something that came out of committee because you have to wait for a public hearing. So.
Thank you, Amanda. Deb Dawson.
Well, Amanda raises a good procedural point, but as well, I did try to follow the independent redistricting commission's meetings. It seemed to me it was like doing 45 Rubik's cubes at one time. I know that people have concerns about particular districts or the number of seats that were proposed by the commission. But there's no guarantee, actually, that if we send it back to the commission for reconsideration, they're going to come up with something different. I also think, I shared Rich's concern about District 4. And Hank Delay had a good answer for that, which is that the commission were not allowed to consider those concerns. I'm not that familiar with the substantive objection that Travis has about District 1. But again, there's no guarantee that they'll come back with something different. I also think that just because we can do something doesn't mean we should do something. So that's another concern. And I kind of feel like if you have an independent redistricting commission, in order by and large to keep it independent, you can't nitpick the result that it comes up with. So I will not be supporting Mr. Lane's resolution.
Ann Gorman.
Thank you. I just want to clarify. I didn't hear anybody say just because we should, but but just that was a procedural thing that was maybe okay to do. So two things. I hesitate to add more paper, but perhaps if we come back and look at this again, I would like to see, so this is district, so for instance, District 16, which is currently District 5, which is the district that I currently represent in the District 5 format. I would like to see, maybe they could make them smaller and one on each page so that here's the current district, because we have different numbers too. So it's kind of hard to figure out what does that one refer to? It's now 16. So District 5 now would be 16, and this is what it would look like, maybe on the same page. So I have issues I've heard, from the legislator, Travis Brooks, who's currently in District 1 and represents currently District 1. And as I was seeing that being changed, I had concerns about, I don't know if you want to call it gentrification of District 2 by going in and grabbing certain parts of District 1. Those are the proposed numbers of districts. So anyway, I just had some issues there and adding in more affordable housing neighborhoods to that district. So for the latter reason, I would be leaning towards sending this back to the commission to look at again.
Just to add one thing, I think that if we are in fact going to send this back, that there needs to be input. And they're not going to watch this meeting. If there are truly constituent concerns that we're hearing from the people that live in our districts, they need to be at our meeting. They need to write into their legislator. They need to write into the commission, because those are the people that need to be heard. I think if we don't have that happen, it's going to be a wild goose chase and it's going to be time wasted. So Bill Troy had his hand up. I'm going to let him cut in real quick.
The thought comes to my mind that given the time factor that's not pressing against us, maybe we just withdraw this resolution for right now. We can research further where we are and take it up with the committee. And as I say, in 2 weeks, we can come back and have this worked out, where everyone understands.
Withdraw which resolution?
The authorizing a public hearing tonight. Don't even have that. Yes.
Can we move to table it?
The member filed resolution. Just table it for now and just get us heads around this. And then we can decide whether you just want to send it back, whether they'll accept it, or how to proceed. I think
Pull them both, is that what you're saying?
basically, yeah. Eloquent.
Okay, let's see here. Let's go with Greg Sigler. Did you have your hand up? Sigler, oh geez, I forgot my list here. Sorry, Veronica, Sigler, Greg, and Henry. And I will remind everyone it's almost 10 o'clock. So
We have cookies.
if we're, if we're going to be pulling both of these anyway, just keep that in mind. Mike Sigler, you want to go? Oh, Veronica, sorry.
Okay, thank you. I'll be quick. I love the idea to pull both of those actually, because it's 10 o'clock and no one's running for legislature till 2025. I kind of related, I had maybe a process question. Mike, thanks for giving us copies of the charter. That bit where it says the county legislature may return it to the commission for further consideration of particular issues or accept it as the final plan. So it seems like a bunch of people have a bunch of issues and we're not necessarily agreed on them, and people are bringing up issues that are not in Mike's resolution. So I definitely think we collectively should get that all together before sending it back. But also, like, do we have to approve such particular issues in a resolution or anything? Or can that be done more informally? How does this work?
One thing you could consider is attend one of these sessions, It's open. Come in and you can see what's being discussed. You can maybe join the discussion. It was an open meeting.
Well, many of us did that, but I mean, like at this point, because we did that. Clearly, some folks are not satisfied and yeah.
I'm just throwing that out.
Can I respond?
Go
I
for
think if what they're saying is take them both back to committee, then it's committee work and other things could be added.
But so are you saying that if the way to communicate particular issues with the maps to the commission while sending them back is to put those issues in a resolution, or is there some other method?
I believe that's the best way.
Okay.
Okay, Mike Sigler, Greg, and Henry.
Well, procedurally, it would seem that you would vote on the thing that came out of committee. And if you don't want it, if you don't think this is ready for prime time, you would vote against it. And then you would take up the member filed resolution. That would be my suggestion going forward. Is that how you actually would handle that? As for sending it back to committee, I'm not, somebody had mentioned that there was a bunch of objections. I haven't really heard really a lot of objections. Even at committee, I didn't hear specific, like, well, like I'm looking at this going, I wish they had added the airport to lovely District 8. Nobody lives at the airport, so I guess it doesn't really matter, but I'd have an airport. For that would be awesome. But so I don't have, I mean, I'm looking at it going, I purposely didn't go to the meetings. Like that was how I did it. I know other people went, I didn't want to be tempted to weigh in. I didn't go. And the purpose for me not going was it's an independent commission. And I said, we'll see what they say. I have no idea what they're going to say. And I don't want anybody saying Mike Sigler weighed in. And so I'm looking at the maps going, you know, what would I change? I don't know. I don't see anything particularly that jumps out at me. You know, I'm not looking at, you know, a district that connects Lansing through the salt mine over into Trumansburg. I don't see anything like that. So I don't know. I couldn't do any better.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm looking at going, oh, okay. We put together a pretty great team. That was really well thought out at the very beginning of it. You know, we pulled people from as many different places around the county and put them in there. And that was arduous. I mean, you made it harder than, no, I'm just kidding. But it was, I mean, we reviewed each person and put the team together and this is what they've come up with. And I just don't know what I would ask them to do, to be honest with you. That this is what they've said, this is where we are. This is what we think is best. And I don't think they threw it out there saying, well, they might come back with some changes. They said, no, this is what we think what we're looking at. Because they knew we wanted an odd, not we, they knew that there were certain people that wanted an odd number. And they said, well, we understand that some people wanted that, but we thought this was better. Okay, that's the independent commission. But as for procedurally, I mean, I'm pretty happy with the plan, so I'm going to vote for it. But procedurally, I would say that's how you would go forward is you'd vote for a public hearing. And if you don't get the 8 votes for the public hearing, because that's what came out of committee. So you have to respect the committee work too. And then if Mike wants to, then you go to the next thing, which would be the member filed. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, next is Greg and then Henry.
Yeah, thanks. Again, I don't know if, I don't necessarily want this on the record, but I do agree with a lot of what Mike Sigler said.
Sure.
Embrace your inner Sigler.
That's right.
Yeah, again, I think if it's feedback that we're looking for outside of the extremely open and feedback soliciting process that was the independent redistricting committee, right now this is legislator feedback, and I think it would be great to hear from the public, and that's why I think from a procedural standpoint, we should go with putting the public hearing out there, saying here is the work of the independent committee. And if we get overwhelming feedback, or if we get really any feedback that's substantial, then we look it up, or then we take that issue up and we look at Mike's alternative. I think there's a challenge that I have with sort of throwing out the committee work, right? This resolution was discussed at length in the committee. It was, not voted to move forward. So I don't know. I struggle with this. That's all I'm going to say. I think we should have the public hearing. To everybody's point, it doesn't hurt. I think some of the arguments used of, 16 legislators costs more, so does 15, more than 14. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff. I think some of that's kind of doesn't matter right now. I think there's a lot of, statements like, I don't like this, or I like that legislators are using. And that's where I think the whole point of an independent redistricting committee exists. And so herein lies why we have the structure that we have, and we should trust the process. And just because we have the authority to, doesn't mean we should exercise that authority. We have the authority to do a lot of things that we debate at length to not do. So I think it's really important that we trust the process, and that's all I'm going to say. So I think we should, because actually the motion that's on the table is to move the member filed to the agenda.
No,
Just to vote on it.
It's to vote on it.
It's a vote on it. Okay, so it doesn't need to be added because it was filed in enough time.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So it's to vote on it.
Okay, next is Henry.
Yes, can we move the table, both the resolutions, so next meeting? So Bill, Troy can research what the issues are and we can get things procedurally correct?
Second that.
Okay, we have I'm sorry,
Postpone to the next meeting.
postpone to the next meeting?
Adjourn it.
Yep.
Adjourn it to the next meeting.
No, postpone.
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 Okay, we have a first and a second conversation on what is being moved right now to postpone this to the next.
So I just want to clarify, really, the motion is to postpone this particular resolution that's on the table because the public hearing resolution is not.
That's right. We're just postponing one, and that would be Mike Lane's right now.
that's not what I heard.
So Henry, if you wanted to do both of them, then we would have to put the other one on the floor and go through the same thing. Make a motion to postpone that one as well. And you would have to get the votes.
Or I could withdraw it.
Yes. What do you want to do?
Amanda, you willing to withdraw it?
We have a motion on the floor, right, on the table right now.
To postpone resolution P. I could be okay, yes, because it seems like we do need to figure out the process. So if we vote to postpone this resolution, I will withdraw resolution O.
Okay.
Chair of the committee.
Point of order.
Dan.
Is it true, isn't it true that then if Amanda as the committee chair pulls it, it can come back automatically? It doesn't need to go back through committee again.
Right, that is true.
So
Yep.
You're good. You have a lot of power.
Point of information.
Don't encourage her.
Greg?
If there's objection to pulling it, is there any process for that, or is it just at the discretion of the chair of the committee?
It's at the discretion of the committee chair and agreed to by the chair of the legislature.
Call the question.
Yes, Mike. Okay, let's vote.
We have to vote to call
What
the
are we voting
question
on? What's on the floor again?
Postpone.
The
Postpone.
motion to postpone.
Mike's.
So Mike's motion,
No.
Henry's motion.
Henry's motion to
Henry's motion.
But
postpone.
first we have to vote on Mike's motion.
No.
No.
No?
No.
He's calling to question
Oh, okay.
Henry's.
Henry's motion to postpone.
postpone.
We have to vote on calling the
Let's
question.
just vote.
Yeah,
There we
don't
go.
call a question, Mike. That was.
Don't call the question.
Yeah, let's just
Let's
vote.
vote on the postponement.
I'm all right if you just want to vote on the postponement. I'll withdraw the call.
And we're voting on postponing the resolution till the next meeting. Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Till the next legislature meeting or the next committee meeting?
The next legislature.
Legislative meeting.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
No.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
We have 13 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, thank you all. That is going to be part of our next meeting.
Oh, yay, I can't wait.
Sure you can.
Right.
Okay.
Okay,
We
so
want
then
Sean- or
I make a motion
Amanda to
to,
withdraw.
Can you use the mic?
I make a motion to withdraw Resolution O, authorizing a public hearing on local law, blah, blah, blah.
Do you have to make a motion? I thought you could just.
Oh, okay.
It can just be granted.
I withdraw that, and that will be on the next legislature meeting.
Thank you.
Can I ask just another question, one more, just at the privilege of the chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
Do we have an outcome that we hope that from a process standpoint, Bill will solve between now and then? Or are we just going to be in the same position in 3 weeks? I just want to make sure that we're tabling it for what reason?
Ziegler gets an airport.
Mike Lane has his hand up.
Could I make a suggestion? And that would be to folks forward the comments that they've made tonight, and Rich and Travis and others, and say what your issue is and plan to attend that GO meeting. I think that would be the best way to
We
proceed.
don't have a GO meeting.
Before the next
For the
legislative
next
meeting?
legislature?
I
No.
don't think so.
This is the whole issue with this.
We
Oh, I thought we
postpone
did.
it for a month then?
No, let's just bring your resolution back after the next GO meeting.
We'd have to change it slightly then.
The resolution that already passed out of GO?
Can't do that one until we have the public hearing. That's the whole point.
Sorry, I thought there was a GO meeting. When do we?
Our meeting is August 2nd.
So next meeting, we could all vote to postpone it to yet the next meeting. That would be fast.
We could just amend it tonight.
Or we could vote on it. We can vote on it next meeting. If we want.
I think we've postponed them both. They'll both be on the next one. And in between that now and then, we can talk about it some more.
Sounds
But
good.
we can probably move on now.
Okay. Okay, let's see here. Next, did you want to give a report, Amanda?
I did.
Okay, sorry. It's been so long, I forgot. Okay, moving on. We have one more individual member filed resolution. Rich John, would you like to introduce your resolution?
Yes, this is resolution ID 11032, resolution in support of the United States constitutional amendment. And I recognize it's 10 after 10 in the evening. And I know everybody's tired, and this type of resolution is subject to the criticism that it's indulgent and nobody will ever listen to us. Fair enough. But we do take an oath of office to support the Constitution of the United States. And so it is within our remit to look at the Constitution and to honor it. And we also have a job as Americans to petition our government when we see that we think there's a need for change. I believe there is a need for change. And I say that recognizing that this legislature, and as chair of public safety, the Public Safety Committee has voted twice to expand the ability to hunt in our community. I don't believe we are a legislature that is just blanket opposed to weapons or guns or hunting. And we've proven that. But you can't ignore the regular news reports of these horrendous incidents that seem to just be happening more and more often in our community. And I bring the resolution because I don't know what else to do. And I think this is something we should speak to. Now, I would mention Shinzo Abe, the Prime Minister of Japan, who recently was assassinated. I mean, it's a real tragedy for their country, but Japan is a country of 140 million people. And last year, they had 10 gun deaths. 10, right? We are averaging in the neighborhood of 40,000 gun deaths a year. And we've been doing that for a long period of time. It was in the 30s, but it's going up, and it does seem to be trending continually upwards. Our country lost 58,000 soldiers in the Vietnam War. And if you're a student of history, the Vietnam War continues to haunt us and has dramatically influenced who we are as a country. We're doing that comparably every year on a continual basis of just nonstop gun violence. And of course, we see the body camera footage of horrendous incidents involving public safety officers, and we see the aftermath of these mass shootings. But we're so used to it, we don't see the daily killings and the suicides, right? Having a gun in the home makes a suicide just remarkably more likely. Partly because it makes it far more visual to the person who wants to commit suicide, but also that a gun makes it much more easy to be successful in killing yourself. And we are a country that is in a suicide epidemic. So, as I said, I don't want this to just sound indulgent, but I do believe we should comment on our Constitution, because each time we see one of these mass shootings and the response is, well, the words in the Constitution don't let us do anything. That really is a hollow answer, in my view, that if you're a carpenter, right, you certainly have an obligation to take care of your tools because they're your tools of your trade, but they're tools. And you can never lose sight of the fact that the tools work for the carpenter, not the other way around. We can't just say the words in the Constitution are the words, so we can't do anything about it. The Constitution is a tool for government. It's pretty straightforward that way. And if the tool is not working, and certainly given the stalemate we've been in for the last several decades, since the 1970s, when these new ideas about what the Second Amendment really meant came into vogue, we're not going to get out of it. We cannot make sense of these words to the extent that we can reach a national consensus. So I say, let's vote to change the words. So that's why I brought the resolution. I'll stop talking. I obviously will support it, and I move it. I move the draft that is in the red folder. I thank Dan for his comment. I had a transposed word from likely to unlikely, and he suggested industrialized instead of first world. And I took both of those changes, so I thank you. And if I can get a second.
Seconded by Veronica. And discussion. Deb?
Yeah, I'll support this. I really don't like getting rid of the introductory well-regulated militia language, but that's fait accompli at this point. And yes, our federal and state governments should be able to reasonably regulate the right to keep and bear arms. I suspect that were this to be successful, which is about as likely as I am to get elected Miss America, I think that the legal contention would start revolving on what the meaning of reasonable is. But yeah, I'll support this. Thanks for doing the work on this, and I appreciate your sentiments.
Mike Sigler and Mike Lane.
I won't take too long. I congratulate you, Rich, for this actually. I'm not going to vote for it, and I'll explain why. But it's nice to see someone in government kind of understand the process of how you actually do something. Like, it's a right. And that's kind of what I'm going to bring this all back to. I don't believe the Supreme Court has been, ambiguous about what this right is. They've actually been pretty consistent over the last 100 years, 50 years of that the right to bear arms is more about bearing arms. It's about you are your own castle and you have a right to self-defense. And they've reaffirmed that numerous times. I'm not saying we don't have a gun problem. Most of the murders that happen with a gun are we know where they are. Some of the solutions that have been offered in the past, like stop and frisk, which made New York City one of the safest large cities in the world. People didn't like that. A lot of people said that was racist. So that is now gone. And you're seeing the murder rate increase. Is there a connection there? I have no idea. I mean, I'm sure studies will be done on that. But, it was something Deborah just said too. It's, we're going to regulate that right. Well, that's difficult to say that you're going to regulate a right that the government should have. It's in the Bill of Rights. It's, one of the big 10. I don't think there were people here on a legislature about 2 terms ago that said, that's speech and that needs to be regulated. That a lot of people say that speech is this or that speech is that, and we're going to regulate that. And I consistently say, no, that's not what we're going to do, or at least not what I'm going to do. Listen, the latest Supreme Court ruling said that a lot of the state regulations can stand. That is where we are. The biggest problem I do have, I've already stated the biggest problem I have with this. The second problem, it is just vague. I don't think that this actually solidifies or clarifies the amendment at all. I think that the amendment that you're proposing actually is pretty vague, because what is a right, where do you go with regulation? Where, it would almost make more sense to kind of just ban firearms or something. And then you'd say, okay, there's no ambiguity there. Right? Not again what I would do, but that would make more sense to me. So yeah, I won't be supporting it, but I do congratulate you. I do think this is the way that you would go about doing something like this, would be to suggest, okay, if we want to change the Constitution, then change the Constitution. And there's a way to do that. And there's a process, and it's actually laid out in the Constitution. So that's how you would do it. So thanks.
Okay, next, Mike Lane.
Rich, I'm going to support your resolution. Thank you for doing it. I don't fool myself thinking that the language in that proposed constitutional amendment would ever end up that way. It would be rewritten and rewritten and rewritten and fought over before it ever got to the states. But it's a long way to get, I think it's a 2/3 vote in Congress, or was it 3/4 of conventions of the state? It's a long way to get there, and it's going to be very, very hard, but it's doing something. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Veronica, and then Randy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Rich, for bringing this up and for laying out the argument for it so clearly. 10 gun deaths a year in Japan, 40,000 gun deaths a year in the US, and 58,000 Americans killed in Vietnam total. Like, those are wild. I think at this point, the Second Amendment as written is an anachronism, and we don't need to worship it word for word centuries later. I'm happy to support suggesting this change.
Thank you. Randy?
Yes, I think I support all the whereas statements, but it's the resolve that I struggle with. And it's really has to do with the federal government. They're not imposing laws that are currently on the books. I mean, there was just a statement, over 300 guns were found in a truck coming across the Mexico border. I mean, that they caught. So, I mean, these are illegal guns coming across. Illegal guns are coming across Canada as well, I guarantee it. So it's just a matter of let's start with the laws that we have and make sure that those are imposed and held And I don't trust the federal government to do that. So that's what I'm.
Thanks, Randy. So I'll take a turn. I was actually going to vote against this, but after hearing Sigler's compelling arguments against it, I am going to go the opposite way of him. So I'm going to support this too. Any other comments or questions? Lee Shirtliff.
Late, and I'll be brief. I understand where Rich is coming from, and I share a lot of those concerns, and I know there's changes have got to be made, but I'm back to the bandwidth issue. And it wasn't too long ago, Dan was talking about the Community Recovery Fund and trying to figure out what to do with the $6 million. And Deborah talked about the budget stress we're about to undergo. We've talked about the opioid problems. I see those on a day-to-day basis. And we spent some time on security at the Human Services Building. And there's $1 million that just went toward properly paying for our sheriff's deputies. I'll get asked tomorrow, believe it or not, by my constituents, what did you talk about? What was on the issue at the county legislature meeting? And I can talk about those. But if I said to them that we talked about constitutional amendments, Supreme Court decisions, advising the Interior Department and challenging Starbucks, they'd think I was crazy. I can't support another resolution like this. I understand the sentiment. I share much of that sentiment, but come on, it's late.
So Lee, for clarification, we did not talk about Starbucks this evening?
No, but it's in the minutes.
Okay, okay, just wanted to get that right. Okay, anyone else? Okay. Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Mike Sigler,
No.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
No.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Oh,
Shauna Black.
Yes.
We have 11 ayes, 3 noes.
Thank you all. That passes. And let's move on to our minutes. Minutes of the previous meeting, June 21st, 2022. Moved by Randy Brown, seconded by Ann Corman. Any questions, comments, concerns?
We'll just mention Starbucks so that Lee can tell the truth tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
At a
Thank you.
Starbucks earlier. Yep. Okay. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Okay, let's do a roll call.
Mike Sigler,
Minutes,
Oh,
Mike.
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 noes.
thank you. Can I have a motion to put us into executive session for the purposes of contract negotiations and personnel issues around specific individuals? And we will not be taking action after coming out of executive session. Moved by the clown, Deborah Dawson. Seconder, please. Seconded by Veronica Pillar. And roll call.
Mike Sigler,
No.
no? Say no.
He said no.
He said no.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes,
13 ayes, 1 no.
great. And,
No pie for me.
okay, we're going to turn off the cameras and why don't we take a 7-minute break and we'll reconvene at 10:30?
This is the Rick Snyder clown nose, which I will always treasure.